Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Today's episode is The Elysian Glitch by James Byron Love. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this mind-bending sci-fi story. The pain was gone. That was the first thing Martin Ellison registered when he opened his eyes. Not where he was, not the quality of the light falling across the ceiling, not the sound of water somewhere below and to the left. Just the absence. 18 months of a specific, deeply personal suffering, a grinding rot that had taken up residence in his upper abdomen and slowly expanded its territory with the patience of a landlord who knows you have nowhere else to go, and now it was simply not there. He lay still for a moment, waiting for it to reassert itself the way it always did after sleep, that brief grace period of forgetting followed by the body's blunt reminder. It did not come. He breathed in. He breathed out. Nothing. He sat up. The room was a bedroom, his bedroom, he understood instinctively, though he had no specific memory of choosing any of it. A wide bed with white linen, a window with wooden shutters painted the color of old bone, morning light pressing through the slats in warm parallel lines across the tiled floor. The ceiling was high. The walls were plastered and thick in the way of Mediterranean construction, pale and slightly irregular, the kind of surface that absorbed heat during the day and released it at night. There was a chair in the corner with his clothes folded on it. A glass of water on the bedside table, which he drank without thinking. It tasted exactly like water. He stood. His legs held him. He crossed to the window and unlatched the shutters and pushed them open. The city lay below him, terraced and white, cascading down toward a harbor where small boats sat in calm water. The morning was still early, the light amber and low, and the air that came in through the window was cool and carried the faint smell of salt and something baking. A street curved down and away from whatever building he was in, and on it he could see a woman walking a dog, moving unhurriedly in the direction of the harbor. Somewhere out of sight someone was having a conversation in a language he couldn't quite place, not Italian, not Greek, something adjacent to both. A cat was asleep on a window ledge directly across the narrow lane, its posture communicating the total indifference to observation that is the particular genius of cats. Martin stood at the window for a long time. He was 64 years old and had spent the better part of 40 of those years being extremely busy. He had built a pharmaceutical company from a licensing deal and a leased office in Bethesda into an enterprise worth something over $2 billion at the point he sold it, and in that time he had developed the habit of treating stillness as a problem to be solved rather than a state to be inhabited. His two marriages had both ultimately foundered on variations of this quality, though he had never said so aloud to either wife. His daughter Renata, who was 31 and lived in Portland and worked in environmental law and had not returned his last 3 calls, would have said so plainly had anyone asked her. He stood at the window and did not feel the urge to do anything at all, and this in itself felt like information. There was a kitchen. He found it without difficulty, as though the apartment's layout had been provided to him in a document he had read and then forgotten reading. It was a good kitchen, compact and well-equipped, the kind of kitchen that expects you to cook in it rather than to store takeout containers in it. He made coffee with a stovetop espresso maker he found in a cabinet and stood at the kitchen window while it worked, looking out at a small courtyard where a fig tree grew in a terracotta pot, its leaves very green in the morning light. He tried carefully to establish a timeline. He remembered the hospital. He remembered Dr. Vargas, who had the disconcerting habit of making very good eye contact while delivering bad news, as though this were a skill he had studied and practiced. He remembered the conversation in which the word palliative had appeared for the first time, gently, like a guest who had been waiting outside and had finally been invited in. He remembered the Elysian intake process, the interviews, the scanning sessions, the paperwork that was extensive and written in the language of luxury service rather than medicine, all warmth and discretion, and the repeated assurance that this was a gift, that he was giving himself a gift, that his loved ones were being given a gift. He could not remember arriving here. This did not alarm him as much as it perhaps should have. There had been toward the other end, the before, a period of significant medication, and his memories of that time had a gauzy, non-sequential quality even now. It seemed reasonable that the transition would not be crisp. He had been told it would not be crisp. Some of the paperwork had addressed this specifically. In the gentle, reassuring language the Elysian materials favored, the arrival experience varies by individual. Most residents describe a sense of gentle continuity. Some describe a feeling of waking from a long and restful sleep. He had, in fact, felt exactly like he'd woken from a long and restful sleep. So there was that. The coffee was excellent. He spent the morning exploring. The apartment occupied the upper floor of a 3-story building on a street called, according to a small ceramic tile set into the wall by the front door, Via dell'Ancora, which his Italian was good enough to translate as Anchor Street. The building had 2 other apartments below his, both of which showed the signs of occupation: shoes outside a door, a folded newspaper, the smell of someone else's breakfast. He did not encounter any neighbors. He walked down to the harbor and sat at a table outside a cafe and ordered another coffee and a pastry he didn't recognize, but which turned out to be filled with almond paste and was very good, and he watched the boats and the light on the water and the gradual increase of foot traffic as the morning advanced. The people he saw looked ordinary. They moved with the unhurried purpose of people who had nowhere urgent to be and had made their peace with this. Several of them nodded to him as they passed, with the specific nod of neighbors who have not yet progressed to conversation but have marked each other as recognizable, as belonging to the same general place. A man about his age was reading a newspaper at the next table, a real newspaper, broadsheet folded, and Martin noticed that the date on its masthead was simply absent. The space where a date would have appeared was blank, or rather printed in a color so close to the paper's background color that it was illegible. He noticed this, filed it, and ordered a 3rd coffee. He was not in pain. The morning was beautiful. The almond pastry had been exceptional. He was willing to proceed. It was at the cafe that he first saw Celeste Ackaffer, though he did not know her name yet. She was sitting 2 tables away with a book open in front of her that she was not reading. She was watching the harbor with the expression of someone working through a problem that has nothing to do with the harbor. She was a handsome woman in her late 50s, dark-skinned and sharp-featured, with close-cropped gray hair and the upright posture of someone who had spent a long time in rooms where posture was noticed. She caught him looking at her and did not look away immediately, which he respected. He nodded. She nodded back with a slight tilt that suggested she had registered him as a person of possible interest rather than a person to be politely endured. He did not introduce himself that morning. It felt too soon. He walked after the cafe. The city, he had begun thinking of it simply as the city, with no proper name attached, which did not yet strike him as strange, was larger than his initial view from the window had suggested. There were several distinct neighborhoods, or what felt like neighborhoods: the harbor area with its cafes and fishing boats, a market district a little further up the hill where you could buy produce and bread, and what appeared to be locally made ceramics, a quieter residential zone where the streets narrowed and the buildings leaned slightly toward each other overhead. There was a small park with a central fountain, the water in it very clear, a few elderly men playing cards at a table nearby. There were children, though not many, always at a slight distance, always in motion, their voices audible without being distinct. The city felt inhabited. That was the word that kept coming to Martin as he walked, inhabited, as opposed to merely populated. There was texture to it. The walls had variations in their plaster, old patches and newer patches, watermarks from past winters, a faded sign for a business that no longer existed. The streets had the organic irregularity of streets that had been walked for centuries, widening and narrowing for reasons long forgotten. It did not feel like a set. He sat on a bench in the park near the fountain and watched the card players for a while. One of them, he noticed, had a hearing aid in his left ear. This detail pleased him immensely, though he couldn't have said why. At some point in the early afternoon, a man sat down at the other end of his bench, tall, loose-limbed, somewhere in his early 70s, with the broad shoulders of someone who had once been physically imposing and the slight forward lean of someone who had gotten used to ducking through doorframes. He introduced himself as Philip Strand, and did so with the ease of a man who had always found this sort of thing effortless. They talked for an hour. Philip was a retired architect, Boston-based, he said, though he said it the way people mention somewhere they used to live rather than somewhere they're from. He had designed mostly public buildings, libraries and transit hubs, and one moderately famous university performing arts center, and he had opinions about light and space that Martin found himself genuinely interested in rather than politely tolerating. He asked Martin what he had done, and Martin told him, and Philip nodded, as though this confirmed something. "You figure things out," Philip said. "It wasn't a question." "I try to," Martin said. "Good place for it," Philip said, and looked out at the fountain, and smiled at something Martin couldn't see. Martin walked home as the light went golden and long. He cooked dinner in his kitchen, pasta with olive oil and garlic and capers, using ingredients he found in the refrigerator as though they had always been there, which they had, and ate it at the small table by the window with a glass of wine, watching the lane below as the evening settled. The cat was back on the ledge across the way. The woman with the dog passed again in the opposite direction, which struck him as a long walk for a small dog, and he made a mental note to observe whether she passed a third time. She did not pass a third time, at least not before he cleared his plate and washed up and sat with the remainder of his wine. The pain was still gone. The evening air through the open window was soft. The wine was a local white, light and slightly mineral, and it was very good. Martin Ellison, who had spent the last 18 months dying, sat in his kitchen in a city whose name he did not know and felt, with the methodical precision that had served him throughout his professional life, almost entirely fine. Almost. He had noticed one other thing during the afternoon, a small thing, the kind of thing a less observant person would not have registered, and a less disciplined person would have registered, and then found a reason to discard. It had happened in the market district, while he was looking at a display of tomatoes with the idle interest of a man who has nowhere to be. He had glanced up and down the street, establishing his bearings, and in doing so had noted a young woman in a yellow dress crossing at the far end of the street. She had a particular walk, quick and slightly pigeon-toed, a canvas bag on one shoulder. He had noted her and returned his attention to the tomatoes. 2 minutes later, he had glanced up again. The woman in the yellow dress was crossing at the far end of the street. Same walk, same bag on the same shoulder, same quick, slightly pigeon-toed gait. He had watched her reach the other side and disappear around the corner. He had stood with a tomato in his hand for a long moment. Then he had set it down carefully, the way you set down something you are no longer sure about, and walked on. He did not mention it to anyone. There was no one to mention it to, not yet. He filed it in the same place he filed the missing date on the newspaper, and the odd certainty he'd had, twice during his afternoon walk, that a particular stretch of street looked subtly different than it had looked 20 minutes earlier. The arrangement of a doorway, the color of a shutter, details that should have been fixed but seem to have shifted in the intervening time, the way a word you've been staring at too long starts to look like it might be misspelled. These were small things. The city was beautiful. The pain was gone. Martin went to bed at 10 o'clock and slept immediately and deeply, and if he dreamed, he did not remember the dreams. Several time zones removed from any coast, in an office park whose exterior was deliberately unremarkable, a young woman named Dara Voss was finishing a 12-hour shift at a workstation with 4 monitors. She had the particular hollowed alertness of someone who has been staring at complex data long enough that the data has stopped being abstract and started feeling personal. She was reviewing logs, thousands of lines of system output, the continuous breathing of an architecture that was supposed to be invisible and self-maintaining. Mostly it was. She had been with Elysian Systems for 3 years, which made her one of the more senior members of the continuity engineering team, a team of 6 that was considered too small by 3 of its members and about right by the other 3. Her job title was continuity engineer, which was accurate in the way that job titles in specialized fields are sometimes accurate, technically correct, missing most of the texture. What she actually did was watch. She watched the simulation the way a doctor watches a patient's vitals, looking for the numbers that should be within certain ranges to stay within those ranges, and looking for the numbers that were outside those ranges to explain themselves. At 11:47 p.m., she found something that did not immediately explain itself. It was a minor anomaly in one of the residential nodes, a brief fluctuation in the rendering cycle, the kind of thing that lasted milliseconds and corrected itself and would not have been visible to any resident. The system had logged it automatically and tagged it low priority. She almost moved past it. She didn't, though. She opened the anomaly and looked at it more carefully. The fluctuation had a shape, not random, which is what you'd expect from a transient hardware blip, but structured, patterned, as though something had tried to resolve and couldn't quite. She cross-referenced it against the node's history and found 3 similar events in the previous 2 weeks, each slightly larger than the last. She tagged it for follow-up and added a note, non-random pattern. Monitor closely. Do not auto-archive. Then she put on her coat, gathered her bag, and walked out into a parking lot under a sky that was doing nothing remarkable. She drove home. She made toast. She sat on her couch and thought about the shape of the anomaly for longer than was strictly professional before she made herself stop. The node in question housed 214 residents. One of them, she had not looked at names yet, that would come later, was sleeping without pain for the first time in 18 months. Dara Voss ate her toast and tried to remember the last time she had slept that well herself. The days had a shape to them, and Martin found this reassuring in a way he hadn't expected. He was not, by history, a man who appreciated routine for its own sake. Routine had always been something that happened to other people, to people who needed the comfort of repetition, because the alternative was too unstructured to bear. Martin had always preferred to build his days around problems. A problem gave the day its architecture. Without one, you were just moving through hours. But here the hours moved through him, and he let them, and it was fine. He woke early, as he always had. He made coffee at the stovetop espresso maker and stood at the kitchen window and watched the fig tree in the courtyard below register, whatever the morning was doing, bright or soft, or carrying the particular gray-white light that preceded rain. He walked down to the harbor. He sat at the cafe. He ordered what had become, without any formal decision, his usual, a double espresso and whatever pastry was on the small plate. The proprietor, a compact, pleasant man whose name Martin had learned was Enzo, or something close to Enzo. The name seemed to shift slightly at the edges each time he heard it set out each morning. They were always good. Almond pistachio, a soft dough flavored with something floral he couldn't identify. He ate them without trying to identify them, which was unlike him, and this too felt like information about what was happening to him in this place. He was relaxing. After 40 years of being Martin Ellison, he was, in his 64th year, finally and perhaps belatedly relaxing. He told Philip this on their 4th morning coffee together, and Philip laughed, a real laugh, unguarded, the laugh of a tall man who laughs with his whole body. You say it like it's a diagnosis, Philip said. It might be, Martin said. Philip had become a fixture of his mornings, with a naturalness that Martin had not questioned, partly because questioning it would have required effort, and effort was what he was apparently taking a holiday from, and partly because Philip was genuinely good company. He was the kind of man who had thought carefully about a great many things and had no particular need to convince you of any of them. He would lay an idea out in front of you like an object on a table and leave you to examine it at your own pace, and this quality was, in Martin's experience, extraordinarily rare. They talked about architecture and pharmacology and cities they had known. Philip had a particular affection for Chicago that Martin found disproportionate but charming. Martin had opinions about Barcelona that Philip challenged on structural grounds. They talked about their work in the past tense, both of them, without discussing why the past tense felt appropriate. This was another thing Martin noticed and filed. There was a grammar to the social life of this place, a set of unspoken rules about tense and topic, and one of those rules was that you did not speak about the before in any specific way. You could reference it obliquely, in my working years, when I was practicing, back when I was still running things, but you did not anchor it. You did not say, I was in a hospital in Georgetown, and my oncologist used the word palliative, and I went home and sat in my kitchen for 3 days before I called anyone. You just didn't. He didn't ask Philip why. It felt like asking someone at a dinner party why they weren't drinking, technically permissible and entirely too pointed. It was on the 5th day that he was formally introduced to Celeste Ackaffer. He had seen her twice more at the Harbor Cafe, always alone, always with the slightly unread book and the watchful eyes, and they had exchanged the escalating nods of two people who have acknowledged each other often enough that not speaking has become its own small awkwardness. On the 5th morning, Philip arrived at their table with her beside him, a hand extended, a smile of such composed warmth that Martin revised his initial estimate of her upward immediately. Celeste, she said. Philip tells me you're the only other person here who drinks 3 coffees before noon. Philip tells you correctly, Martin said. She's that. And Zoe brought her coffee without being asked, which meant she had been coming here long enough to have a usual, which meant she had arrived before Martin, which meant he found himself noting the implication and setting it aside for later, as he had been setting a number of things aside for later, a growing collection of observations in a room he kept mentally closed. Celeste Ackaffer had been a federal judge, she told him, appointed to the bench in the Northern District of California at 51, after 2 decades in civil rights litigation. She said this without particular pride, in the way that people who have done consequential work sometimes discuss it, as though the facts are simply facts and your response to them is your own business. She was sharp in a way that reminded Martin of certain scientists he had worked with over the years, people for whom intellectual precision was not a performance, but simply the default mode of engaging with the world. She also had underneath the precision a warmth that seemed genuine rather than deployed. She was interested in people, actually interested, in the way that good judges and good doctors and the occasional rare executive sometimes are. They talked for 2 hours. When Martin finally looked at his watch, a habit, the watch showed a time. The time seemed plausible. He had not yet examined whether it was accurate. It was nearly noon, and the cafe had cycled through 2 complete waves of other customers around them. Same time tomorrow, Celeste said, gathering her jacket. I'll be here, Martin said. You'll both be here, Philip said, as though this were obvious, as though the 3 of them had been meeting at this table for years. And the odd thing, Martin thought about this later, walking back up through the market district, was that it did not feel presumptuous. It felt accurate, as though Philip had simply stated a fact about the world rather than proposed an arrangement between people. The social life of the community, he had started using this word, community, though he was not sure who had introduced it. It seemed to have appeared in his vocabulary fully formed, was more varied than he had initially appreciated. The Harbor Cafe was one node of it, but there were others. There was a wine bar 2 streets up from the waterfront that opened in the late afternoons and drew a consistent crowd of 15 or 20 people, mostly in their 50s and 60s, all with the same quality of unhurried ease. There were the card players in the park, who it turned out were not always the same people, but rotated on some schedule Martin had not yet decoded. There was a weekly dinner, he learned about this from Philip, at a long table in the courtyard of a building 4 streets from his own, hosted by nobody in particular, attended by whoever wanted to come. He went to the dinner on his 2nd week. There were 11 people at the table. He knew Philip and Celeste. The others introduced themselves with the same easy directness that seemed to characterize social interaction here, names given readily, professions mentioned in passing, the before acknowledged in the vague and past tense grammar he had come to recognize. A woman named Sujin, who had been a marine biologist in her working life, and now spent her days reading and swimming in the harbor, which she claimed was warmer than it had any right to be. A man named Douglas, who had been a surgeon, and who was the only person at the table who seemed mildly agitated by the pace of life here, though he kept this well controlled. An older woman, perhaps 75, named Harriet, who seemed to know everyone and remember everything about them, and had the quality of a person who has always functioned as a community's connective tissue, and is doing so again here without having made any particular decision about it. The food was exceptional. Martin ate more than he had eaten at a single sitting in as long as he could remember, which was either a statement about his recovery or a statement about the quality of the cooking or both. The wine was local and plentiful. Someone brought out a guitar after the main course and played it with moderate skill, and everyone's response was so generous that it didn't matter. He walked home in the warm evening and felt, without qualification, happy. He stayed with the feeling. He examined it because he was Martin Ellison and he examined things. It was real. It was not the muted, careful contentment of a man who has decided to be satisfied. It was the actual thing, a full, present happiness, grounded in a specific evening with specific people in a specific place. He had eaten well. He had laughed. He had listened to a man play guitar only adequately and had not wanted anything to be different. He turned this over as he walked. The city at night was lit softly, lanterns mostly, and the yellow light from windows, and the moon somewhere above the buildings laying a silver track across the harbor water. A cat crossed his path and paused to look at him, and he looked back and it moved on. He let himself in. He poured a small glass of the wine he'd opened 2 nights ago. He sat at the window. He thought about Renata. This happened sometimes in the evenings, in the quiet. His daughter was 31 and lived in Portland and worked environmental law with the intensity of someone who had decided early on that her professional life would carry the moral weight she did not entirely trust herself to carry personally. They had been for most of her adult life in a state of armed courtesy, fond of each other in theory, disappointing each other in practice, separated by a specific argument they had never quite had but had been circling for 15 years. He had been too absent. She had been too unforgiving. Neither of these was entirely true, and both of them were true enough. He had called her near the end. She had come. They had talked in the particular stilted register of people who have important things to say and have lost the fluency for saying them. It had been better than nothing. He held on to that. He did not know exactly whether she was out there, somewhere, on the other side of whatever this was thinking about him, paying into some monthly arrangement to believe that her father was fine. He suspected she might not be. He was not sure how he felt about that, and so he filed it in the same mental room as the other things and went to bed. It was the candles that he couldn't get past. He had been willing to let the woman in the yellow dress go. A coincidence of gait, perhaps, or his own perception failing him across distance. He had been willing to let the shifting street details go. He was new here. His spatial memory was still calibrating. It was easy to misremember a doorway's color. He had been willing to let the undated newspaper go, because perhaps this was a local custom. Perhaps date was simply not included in this region's press. Stranger things had been true. But the candles. The dinner party had been hosted by a woman named Irene, 50s, formerly in finance, now apparently in the business of throwing excellent dinner parties, in her apartment on the 3rd floor of a building overlooking the small park. 8 people around the table, good food, good conversation. Martin had arrived at 7 and had been seated near the window, with a view of 3 tall pillar candles in iron holders at the center of the table. He had noted them because he had always liked candlelight, one of his few aesthetic opinions that both ex-wives had agreed with. At 10 o'clock, when the meal was concluding and someone had brought out a soft cheese and a bowl of figs, he had looked at the candles again. They had not burned down. Not a little. Not a few millimeters, which would have been nearly imperceptible and might have been within the margin of his own inattention. 3 hours of burning, and the candles were the same height they had been when he arrived. The wax around the wicks had melted and repooled in the way of burning candles. There was a slight drip on the side of the leftmost one, all the visual language of a candle in use, but the height was identical. He was certain. He had a good eye for dimension. It was one of the things that had made him effective in laboratory settings early in his career. He looked at them for a long moment. Douglas, the surgeon, was sitting across from him and caught him looking. Their eyes met briefly. Douglas looked away first, a beat too quickly, and picked up his wine glass and turned to the person on his left and said something that started a new conversation. Martin looked back at the candles. He ate his fig and said nothing. On the walk home, he thought about it with the systematic focus he had always brought to anomalous data. You designed a trial, you got a result. The result did not match your hypothesis. First, you questioned your measurement. Then you questioned your method. Then and only then, when you had ruled out error, you questioned the hypothesis itself. He had not misremembered the candle's starting height. He was certain of this. He had not misidentified the passage of time. The conversation had been substantial. The meal had had multiple courses. His own sense of elapsed time was corroborated by the position of the moon through the window. The candles had not burned. He lay awake for a while that night, not with fear, or not primarily with fear, but with the specific alertness of a man who has found the first anomalous data point and knows, from long experience, that anomalous data points do not typically appear alone. He was not frightened. He was, in the way that was most essentially Martin Ellison, interested. He thought about Philip saying, "Good place for it." The smile at something Martin couldn't see. He thought about Douglas looking away. In the morning he got up and made his coffee and walked down to the harbor and sat at his table, and when Enzo brought his pastry he watched Enzo's hands as he set the plate down and thought, "You look entirely real. You move the way a real person moves. You have a small scar on your left knuckle that I noticed last Tuesday." He said, "Good morning." Enzo said, "Good morning, senor," and smiled, and went back inside. Martin drank his coffee and watched the harbor and waited for Philip, and while he waited he turned over what he knew with the patience of a man who understood that the most important findings are often the ones that take longest to believe. 3 time zones away and 11 floors underground, though neither of these facts was visible from her desk, Dara Voss arrived at her workstation at 7 a.m. and pulled up the log she had flagged 4 days ago. It had not resolved. She had hoped, in the way you hope for things you don't entirely expect, that the anomaly would have self-corrected by now. The system had robust repair protocols. Minor fluctuations were routine, and the architecture was designed to address them without intervention. She had flagged dozens of similar events in her 3 years here, and in almost every case a follow-up check had found the flag sitting next to a green status light and nothing further required. The flag was sitting next to an amber status light. She opened the detailed log. The fluctuations had continued, 4 more events since she'd tagged it, each one slightly longer in duration than the last. Still milliseconds. Still below any threshold that would trigger an automatic escalation. Still, in the language of the system, within acceptable variance. She pulled up the node map and looked at the affected area. Residential Cluster 7, which was, she cross-referenced, the Harbor District. She zoomed in. 214 active residents distributed across the node, all showing nominal vital signs, all recording normal interaction patterns, all, by every metric the system tracked, fine. She queried the anomaly's structural signature and compared it to the library of known fault types: hardware degradation, thermal variance, memory overflow, synchronization lag. No match. The system returned unknown pattern. No comparable event in database. She sat with this for a moment. In her experience, the system's fault library was comprehensive. It had been built over 3 years of operation and supplemented by the theoretical modeling done before launch. Unknown pattern was not a category she had encountered before. She flagged it for urgent review, wrote a detailed technical note, and sent it to her supervisor Owen Chart with a read receipt request. Then she pulled up the resident roster for Cluster 7 and started, for the first time, to look at names. She was not sure why she did this. It was not strictly within her job function. Her job was the system, not the people in it. The people in it were, technically, the concern of the client relations team. But the anomaly was in the node, and the people were in the node, and at some level that distinction felt thinner than the org chart suggested. She scrolled slowly. Names and ages and intake dates, and beside each one, the small icon that indicated whether a family member had accessed the portal in the past 30 days. Most had the icon in blue, active family contact. Some had it in gray. A few had it absent entirely. She stopped on one. Martin Ellison, 64. Intake 11 weeks prior. Family contact none. She looked at his intake summary. The pharmaceutical background. The cancer diagnosis. The estranged daughter listed as next of kin, a woman named Renata Ellison, Portland, Oregon, who had been sent the portal access credentials and had not logged in once. Dara looked at this for longer than was required by any professional purpose. Then she minimized the file and went to get more coffee and made a point of thinking about something else and was mostly unsuccessful. The office park was called Meridian Commons, which was the kind of name that had been chosen specifically to mean nothing. It sat at the edge of a mid-sized city in the Mountain West, close enough to a major airport to be convenient, far enough from anything identifiable to be forgettable, and it contained in its 4 low buildings of tinted glass and brushed concrete a software company that made fleet management tools, an insurance adjusting firm, and Elysian Systems, which occupied the entirety of Building C and described itself, on the small placard beside its front door, as a life continuity services provider. There was no larger sign. There was no branding on the building's exterior. The parking lot was shared with the other tenants and held, on any given workday, a mixture of vehicles that looked entirely ordinary, which they were. The people who worked at Elysian Systems, dressed like people who worked at software companies, drove cars that were neither too expensive nor too cheap, and did not discuss their employer at dinner parties. This was not a formal policy. It was simply what happened when you worked somewhere that was difficult to explain. Dara had been explaining it to herself for 3 years and still found the explanation unsatisfying. She had come to Elysian from a computational neuroscience PhD program at Carnegie Mellon, where she had been doing her dissertation on predictive modeling in biological neural networks, the ways in which the brain constructs expected versions of reality and updates them under conditions of perceptual surprise. Her advisor had described her work as foundational. 2 of her papers had been well cited. She had been on a reasonable track toward an academic career that would have been solid and respectable, and she had privately begun to understand not quite what she wanted. The recruiter who had reached out to her in the spring of her 4th year had been careful and thorough, and had explained, under NDA, just enough about what Elysian was doing to make her feel that refusing to hear more would be intellectually dishonest. She had heard more. Then more after that. Then she had sat in a conference room in Building C for 6 hours, while 2 of Elysian's lead architects walked her through the system's theoretical underpinnings, and by the end of the day she had understood that whatever she had thought consciousness uploading was a science fiction premise, a philosophical thought experiment, a thing people wrote breathless magazine articles about. It was not what Elysian had actually built. What Elysian had built was stranger and more modest at the same time. They had not uploaded consciousness, exactly. The language was imprecise, and the founders knew it and were careful, in technical discussions, to use better language. What they had done was construct, from an extraordinarily detailed scan of a living brain at a particular moment, a scan that required 6 sessions and a proprietary imaging process that was itself a significant technological achievement, a dynamic model. Not a copy. Not a recording. A model in the scientific sense. A system that behaved in ways consistent with the original, that responded to inputs the way the original would have responded, that carried forward the patterns and preferences and accumulated knowledge of the person it had been derived from, and continued to generate new patterns in response to new experience. The philosophical question of whether this model was the person, or a very good simulation of the person, or something else entirely that didn't have a name yet, was one that Elysian's founders had decided, early on, was above their pay grade. They had written about this decision in the company's internal founding document, a copy of which Dara had read during her onboarding and had thought about at irregular intervals ever since. The relevant passage read, "We are not in the business of resolving questions that have occupied philosophers for centuries. We are in the business of providing continuity. Our clients have chosen to believe that what we offer is meaningful. We have chosen to respect that belief. Questions about the metaphysical status of what occurs within our system are, for the purposes of our work, deferred." Deferred. She had underlined that word in her paper copy. Owen Chart's office was in the interior of Building C, windowless by choice. He had requested it during the office redesign 2 years ago, claiming that he found windows distracting, which Dara believed, and furnished with the aggressive minimalism of a man who had read too many profiles of tech executives. He was 47, medium height, with the close-cropped gray hair of someone who had gone gray early and made his peace with it, and he had a quality that Dara had spent considerable time trying to name and had finally settled on: managed. Everything about Owen was managed. His affect, his responses, his silences. He was not unkind. He was not incompetent. He was a man who had decided, at some point before Dara had met him, that the distance between himself and the work was a professional virtue. He had read her reports. She could tell because he had the slightly overcomposed expression he wore when he had already decided what to say about something and was waiting for you to finish presenting it. "It's within acceptable variance," he said when she was done. "It's at the edge of acceptable variance," Dara said. "And the pattern is non-random. That's the part I want to flag. Random fluctuations don't escalate incrementally. This one has 4 events running now, each one larger than the last. By milliseconds. By milliseconds so far." Owen picked up a pen and set it down, which was a thing he did when he wanted to appear to be considering something. "The repair protocols are active. Yes. They're not resolving it. But they're containing it. Currently. Yes. Then document it, keep monitoring, and flag me if anything breaks threshold." He turned back to his monitor in the way that indicated the meeting was functionally over. "The system has tolerances built in for a reason, Dara. This is well within them." She stayed where she was. "The pattern is the issue, Owen. It's not the magnitude of individual events, it's the trajectory. If it continues doubling at the current rate." "Has it doubled?" "Not precisely, no. But the trend. Come back to me when it's outside threshold or when you have a mechanism. Right now you have a pattern that might be a pattern and might be noise and a system that's actively managing it." He said this without looking up from his monitor. "I hear you. Document it thoroughly and keep watching it." She walked back to her desk and sat down and stared at her screens for a moment. Outside, she could not see outside from her desk, which she had never minded before and minded now. It was apparently a Tuesday in early autumn. She knew this because her phone said so. Internally, the office maintained the constant gentle hum of climate control and fluorescent light that made it possible to work here for 12 hours without entirely registering the passage of time. She wondered, not for the first time, whether this was deliberate. She pulled up the node map and looked at Cluster 7. 214 green lights, each one representing a resident, each one pulsing with the slow regularity of a sleeping breath. The system tracked interaction patterns, movement within the simulated environment, social engagement, sleep cycles, what it called affective coherence, a measure of emotional stability derived from behavioral patterns rather than anything as crude as self-reporting, because the residents did not know they were being measured, because the residents did not know they were in a system. This was the part that Dara had built a particular mental architecture around, over 3 years, in order to continue doing her job with any equanimity at all. The residents didn't know. They had signed documents in the before consenting to this, thorough documents, exhaustively detailed, reviewed by 3 separate legal teams. They had been told in clear language that the simulation would be their complete experiential reality and that they would not, once inside it, be aware of its nature. This was described in the consent materials as a feature. The phrase used was seamless continuity. You would not wake up inside a simulation knowing it was a simulation. You would wake up in what felt like a continuation of your life, in better health, in a pleasant environment, and that would be your experience. Most people, Dara had decided, found this comforting when they signed. She imagined they found it less comforting if they thought about it too hard afterward, which was presumably one reason the intake process was so carefully paced and the paperwork arrived in stages, each stage normalized by the previous one. She had been told during her hiring that she should think of herself as a caretaker. The word had been used deliberately, and she had accepted it deliberately. It was a good word. It implied care. It implied a relationship of responsibility, of attention, of benign oversight. It implied, though this had not been discussed directly, that the people being cared for did not know it. She had met Miriam Solis once. This had been at a company event, a biannual gathering that Elysian held for its 73 employees, a dinner at a private room in a hotel downtown that was good without being ostentatious, in keeping with the company's general register. Miriam was the co-founder and had, 2 years ago, stepped back from active operations to something called a strategic advisory role, which in practice seemed to mean that she appeared at company dinners and gave a short speech and was treated by everyone in the room with the careful deference given to people who have both founded something important and retain the power to affect your employment. She was 55. She had a background in both cognitive science and venture capital, which was an unusual combination and had been, Dara understood, precisely the combination required to make Elysian exist. The cognitive science gave her the credibility to understand what was being built. The venture background gave her the fluency to make other people fund it. She had spent 8 years building the company before its first resident was admitted, and she wore the weight of that in the way some founders do, not as pride exactly, but as a kind of permanent orientation, a sense that everything she did was downstream of a decision made long ago that she had decided was right and would continue to have decided was right. Dara had spoken to her for perhaps 10 minutes at the dinner. Miriam had asked good questions about the monitoring systems and had listened to the answers with a quality of attention that made you feel your work was genuinely interesting rather than merely politely interesting. Dara had come away thinking, this is someone who cares about this in the right way. She thought about that assessment now, sitting at her desk, and was not sure how much she trusted it. She drafted the personal message carefully. Not through the ticketing system, which would go to Owen, and not through official channels for the same reason. A direct message to the personal address listed in Miriam's company profile, framed as a technical query from an admiring junior employee who had encountered something she couldn't resolve at her level and was seeking guidance. She was honest about what she'd found and careful about how she framed it. She read it 3 times before she sent it. She sent it on a Wednesday afternoon and received a response on Thursday morning. Thanks for reaching out. Happy to find time. How's Friday at 2? Brief. Warm enough. Non-committal in a way that could mean anything. Friday at 2 p.m. Dara sat in her car in the parking lot and called the number Miriam had sent in a follow-up message. She had chosen the car because it was the only place in her daily routine that had a reasonable expectation of privacy, and she had brought a notepad because she trusted her handwriting more than her memory when she was nervous. Miriam answered on the second ring. Dara, thanks for the patience. Tell me what you've got. Dara told her. She was organized about it. She had the data in front of her on her laptop on the passenger seat, and she walked through it in sequence. The initial anomaly, the follow-up observations, the escalating pattern, the failed match against the fault library, Owen's response. She kept her voice even and technical. She did not editorialize. Miriam listened without interrupting, which was itself informative. People who are genuinely surprised ask questions. People who are managing the delivery of information they already have do not. There was a pause when Dara finished. Thank you for being thorough, Miriam said. I want to make sure I'm understanding your primary concern. You're worried about the trajectory, not the current state. Yes. The current state is within tolerance. The trajectory, if it continues, will not be. Another pause. Shorter. I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to understand that I'm telling you because you've done good work and you deserve a straight answer. Miriam's voice had shifted, not colder exactly, but more settled. More decided. The engineering team has been aware of this pattern for several months. It's been assessed at the senior level. The current consensus is that the degradation is self-limiting. There's a feature of the architecture that should act as a natural ceiling on the propagation. We expect stabilization. Dara had her pen on the notepad. She had not written anything yet. Expect based on what modeling? Based on the best modeling we have. I won't pretend it's certainty. It's an informed projection. And the residents, Dara said. She kept her voice even. Are they going to be informed? The pause this time was longer. There's no actionable outcome for them, Miriam said. They can't leave the system. They can't take protective action. Informing them of an instability that we believe will resolve would cause significant distress for no corresponding benefit. Dara looked through her windshield at the parking lot. A man she recognized from the fleet management company was loading boxes into his trunk, apparently having a good day. Normal boxes. Normal car. Normal afternoons. What if it doesn't stabilize, she said. The pause this time had a different quality. Not hesitation, consideration. As though Miriam were deciding not what to say, but how much of what she had already decided to say. That's a scenario we're modeling, Miriam said. We'll be in touch if the calculus changes. A brief, businesslike warmth re-entered her voice. You're good at your job, Dara. Keep doing it. Monitor document, escalate to Owen if threshold is breached. That's the right path here. And if Owen doesn't escalate, he will, said firmly. Final. Thank you for calling. The line ended. Dara sat in the car for a long time. Long enough that the man with the boxes finished loading them and drove away, and the parking lot returned to its ordinary stillness. Long enough that the sun moved enough to notice. Long enough that she began to understand, in a way that bypassed the part of her brain that was still trying to construct an alternate interpretation, what she had just been told. They knew. They had known for months. The degradation was not a surprise. It had been assessed and categorized, and a decision had been made about it, a formal decision at the senior level, and that decision was, do not tell the residents. Because there was no actionable outcome. Because telling them would cause distress. Because the disruption to the business model of people calling their families and families canceling subscriptions was, though Miriam had not said this, would never say this, also a factor in the calculus, probably not the primary factor, and maybe not even a named factor, but a factor. 214 people who had paid a great deal of money for the assurance that they were fine were, in some technical sense, not entirely fine, and the people responsible for their care had decided that they didn't need to know. She thought about the resident roster. The blue icons and the gray icons and the absent icons. She thought about Martin Ellison, 64, no family contact, watching a harbor he did not know was rendered. She thought about the word caretaker. She drove home. She made dinner pasta, something simple, she barely tasted it. She sat on her couch with her laptop open and the node map on the screen and watched 214 green lights pulse in their slow, steady rhythm. All of them fine. All of them fine for now. She closed the laptop and sat in the dark for a while and thought about what it meant to know something that the people most affected by it did not know, and whether knowing it and doing nothing was a form of participation. She did not reach a conclusion that night. But she did not sleep well, and in the morning when she opened her laptop before coffee, before she had the defenses that coffee and daylight and professional routine provided, she navigated to Martin Ellison's file without deciding to and sat looking at it for a long time. The Harbor District. The amber lights. The escalating events. A man who solved problems with money and had run out of problems that money could solve. She closed it again. Got up. Made coffee. Went to work. The system, for its part, continued to run. It ran the way large and complex systems run when they are beginning to fail, not with sudden drama, not with the clean catastrophic break that in some ways would be easier to address, but with the slow accumulation of small compensations, each one reasonable in isolation, each one adding infinitesimally to the load on everything adjacent. The repair protocols ran. They addressed each anomalous event as it occurred and return the affected processes to within tolerance. They logged their work in the meticulous way they had been designed to log it. They did not flag the fact that they were working harder than they had been working 3 months ago, because they had not been designed to flag this. They had been designed to repair and log. They repaired. They logged. In Cluster 7's Harbor District, a man named Martin Ellison woke on a Tuesday morning, or what the system rendered as a Tuesday morning, the day name generated by an algorithm that cycled through the week with appropriate irregularity, and made coffee and stood at his window and watched the fig tree. The fig tree, for its part, looked entirely real. The repair protocols had rendered it with complete fidelity, down to the precise distribution of chlorophyll in each leaf, the slight asymmetry in the trunk where it curved toward the available light, the 2 leaves on the eastern side that were beginning, in the system's simulation of early autumn, to show the first yellowing at their edges. Martin watched it, drank his coffee, thought about candles. The amber light on Dara's monitor pulsed once, returned to its baseline, pulsed again. She was in a meeting with Owen about something else entirely. She was thinking about the amber light. The woman in the yellow dress crossed the street again on a Thursday morning, and this time Martin was ready for her. He had been watching the far end of the harbor promenade from his usual table, coffee cooling in front of him, with the specific quality of attention he had once brought to reading clinical trial data, not staring, which announces itself and changes what you're observing, but the softer, peripheral alertness of someone who appears to be doing something else. He had been doing this for 4 days. He had a small notebook, the kind with a black cover that you could buy at the market stall 2 streets up from the fountain, and in it he had begun recording times and locations and the nature of what he observed, written in the compressed shorthand of a man who had spent decades producing internal memos no one else was meant to read. She appeared at the corner of the promenade and the side street called, according to its own small ceramic tile, Via dei Pescatori, Fishermen's Street, at 8:47 in the morning by his watch. Yellow dress, canvas bag on the left shoulder, the quick pigeon-toed walk he had now observed enough times to reconstruct from memory with confidence. She crossed the mouth of the side street in 11 seconds. He counted. She reached the other side, turned left along the promenade, and walked away from him in the direction of the market district until she was out of sight around the curve of the harbor. He wrote this down. At 9:04 she appeared at the same corner. Same dress. Same bag on the same shoulder. Same 11 seconds. Same left turn. Same departure in the direction of the market district. He wrote this down too. Then he capped his pen and sat back and drank his coffee, which by now was genuinely cold, and looked at the harbor and thought about what it meant to see something twice. The first time you saw something anomalous, you were a person noticing something odd. The second time you were a person who had been right about something odd. These were different states. The second one carried obligations that the first one didn't. He paid for his coffee, left his usual amount, nodded to Enzo, and walked in the direction the woman had gone. He did not find her. The market district in the mid-morning was busy in its unhurried way, the stall holders and the buyers moving through a transaction that felt more social than commercial, unhurried conversations over tomatoes and bread, and the small wheels of cheese that appeared each morning from somewhere Martin had not yet located. He walked the length of it twice and did not see a yellow dress and did not see the canvas bag. He had not entirely expected to. He was not sure what he would have done if he had found her, asked her name maybe, asked whether she crossed that particular street often, asked whether she was aware of crossing it twice in 17 minutes. He could imagine her face. The polite confusion of someone who has been told they are a repeating image. He went home and made lunch and sat at his kitchen table with his notebook open and thought about what he knew. He knew the woman crossed the street twice in 17 minutes, identically. He knew the candles at Irene's dinner party had not burned in 3 hours. He knew that Via della Fontana, the street that ran past the south side of the park, had looked different to him on 2 separate occasions 3 days apart. The building on the corner had a green door the first time and a blue door the second time, and he was sufficiently certain of this to have written it down on the day he noticed the blue door, before he'd had time to rationalize it away. He knew that the newspaper at the cafe had no date. He knew that Philip Strand had smiled at something invisible when he said this was a good place for figuring things out. He wrote all of this in the notebook in his compressed shorthand. Then he looked at the list for a while. The list did not tell him what he was living in. He had theories. Anyone who had lived through the last 2 decades of consciousness research and neural mapping and the breathless magazine coverage of companies like Elysian would have theories. But a theory was not a conclusion, and Martin Ellison had spent his career being rigorous about the distance between the two. What the list told him was that the world he was living in was not operating consistently, and that at least one other person, Philip, was aware of this and had chosen not to discuss it, and that at least one other person, Douglas, the surgeon, looking away from the candles, was aware of it and was also choosing not to discuss it. The choosing not to discuss it was, in some ways, more interesting than the anomalies themselves. He closed the notebook. He went for a walk. The city in the early afternoon had its own quality of light, lower and more golden than the morning, the shadows longer and the stone of the buildings warm in a way that invited you to put your hand against it, which Martin did occasionally, because the stone was always at exactly the right temperature, and this was itself a small piece of data. He walked without a destination, which was still new enough to feel slightly transgressive. The streets he knew well by now, and some he was still discovering. The city had a depth to it that kept revealing new configurations, a courtyard access through an arch you'd passed a dozen times without noticing, a staircase that climbed to a small terrace with a view of the harbor from an angle he hadn't seen before. He sat on the terrace for a while. Below him, the harbor was doing its afternoon business, the small boats rocking gently, the water a particular blue that he had begun to think of as the city's blue, specific to this place, and this light in the way that certain places have colors that belong to them. He had been to the actual Mediterranean, Greece, twice, and the Ligurian coast with his first wife the year before everything went wrong the first time, and this was close to that but not precisely that. There was something about the quality of the light that was almost right, as though someone had modeled it from memory of the real thing and had done a very good job and had gotten it 95% of the way there. He sat with this thought for a moment. Then he went to find Philip. Philip lived 4 streets from the harbor in a building that was slightly larger than Martin's, with a ground-floor studio that he had apparently converted into a working space. Through the window, as you passed, you could see a large drafting table with papers on it, which Martin had always found moving for reasons he couldn't precisely articulate. The idea of a retired architect continuing to draft, continuing to make the marks on paper that were the private language of the work, even with no building to build. He knocked. Philip opened the door with the unsurprised expression of a man who had perhaps been expecting this particular visitor for some time. "Coffee," Philip said. "Please," Martin said. They sat in Philip's kitchen, which was larger than Martin's, and had the slightly chaotic organization of a person whose mind worked faster than their tidying. Books on the table alongside the coffee cups. A newspaper, undated, like all the newspapers here, folded open to a partially completed crossword. A small ceramic bowl containing keys, a folded receipt, a guitar pick, which surprised Martin because he had not had Philip down as a guitar player. "I've been watching the woman in the yellow dress," Martin said, when his coffee was in front of him. Philip was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "How many times have you seen her cross?" 7 across 4 days. Always the same crossing, always the same duration, always between roughly 8:40 and 9:10 in the morning. Twice in 17 minutes this morning. Philip nodded slowly, with the expression of someone confirming a thing they already knew. "I noticed her about 3 weeks after I arrived," he said. "There was a man, for me, not the yellow dress woman, someone different. A heavy-set man with a blue jacket who walked along the northern breakwater every morning. I saw him 3 times in an hour one morning, and I thought I was losing my mind." He paused. "Then I thought, maybe I'm not losing my mind. Maybe something else is happening." "And what did you conclude?" "I concluded," Philip said carefully, with the weight of a man who had spent considerable time in this particular room and had arranged its furniture thoughtfully, "that I was living inside something built. and that the thing it had been built from was real enough that the builders had gotten almost everything right. And that almost is a very telling word. Martin looked at him. You could have told me this. I know, Philip turned his coffee cup in his hands. I thought about it. I decided you needed to find it yourself, because people who find things themselves know them differently than people who are told. You know the data better than I ever could because it's yours. He met Martin's eyes. Also, honestly, I wasn't sure you'd believe me. I wasn't sure I believed myself for the first month. Martin accepted this. It was, he thought, a reasonable position, even if it had cost him some time. What else have you noticed? Philip got up and went to a drawer and took out a notebook. Not the same kind as Martin's, a larger one, graph paper, the kind an architect would use, and set it on the table between them. Martin opened it. The first pages were meticulous. Philip had been doing what Martin had been doing, but for longer, and with the particular spatial intelligence of someone trained to think in 3 dimensions. There were sketches, street layouts with annotations, showing where and when anomalies had been observed. Small maps of the harbor district with X marks and dates. A chart that plotted the frequency of what Philip called discontinuities against time, which showed a gentle but unmistakable upward trend. It's getting worse, Martin said. Slowly, Philip said. But yes. When I started this, I was seeing maybe 1 event per week that I could be confident about. Now it's closer to 3 or 4. He sat back down. The candles at Irene's party. Martin looked up. You were there. No, but Douglas was, and Douglas told me. He's been keeping his own records, though he doesn't like talking about it. He's one of those people who observes very accurately and then prefers not to have observed. Martin thought about Douglas looking away. The speed of it. The wine glass picked up too quickly. The conversation pivoted. He's frightened. He's a surgeon, Philip said, as though this explained it, and perhaps it did. Surgeons made their living on the premise that things could be fixed, that intervention was possible, that the correct sequence of actions applied to a problem produced a predictable result. A situation with no intervention and no predictable result was not a situation a surgeon's training had prepared him to inhabit with any equanimity. Martin turned more pages in the notebook. Near the back he found what Philip had labeled skip events, a different category from the visual anomalies, a different quality of disturbance. Philip had described them in careful prose rather than charts. They happened at night, mostly. A brief discontinuity, Philip's word, which Martin found precise, a moment in which time appeared to simply not occur. Not darkness, not unconsciousness. More like a film with a missing frame. One moment and then the next moment, with nothing in between, and the nothing was perceptible only because something small had changed in the interim. The curtain across the room that had been still was now moving slightly. The glass of water that had been full was now half full. The book he had been reading before sleep was now 2 pages further along than he had read. Martin read all of this twice. How often, he said. Used to be once every few weeks. Now it's once or twice a week. Philip's voice was steady. He had clearly had this conversation with himself many times before having it out loud. I think of them as the system rebooting. Locally. Whatever is running this, and I'm working on the assumption that we are in a running system, Martin, a managed one, whatever that implies, is occasionally having to restart a process. The restart takes time. During the restart, we don't exist. When it completes, we exist again, and we are not aware that we didn't exist for a moment because our experience of time is part of what the system generates. The curtain moved because air moved through the room while we were off. The water diminished because time passed. We just weren't in it. Martin sat with this. It was, he thought, a coherent model. It fit the data. It had the quality of a good hypothesis. It didn't just describe what had been observed, it generated predictions. If Philip was right, then the skip events should correlate with the visual anomalies, should occur more frequently in the areas where other discontinuities were concentrated, should increase in frequency over time if the underlying cause was escalating rather than stable. He said as much. Philip said, I've been trying to check the correlation, but my data isn't dense enough. I can only observe myself. I don't know whether other people experience the skips. I'll pay attention, Martin said. You haven't had one yet. Martin thought back over his 3 weeks in the city. His sleep had been uniformly deep and without apparent disturbance. He had not yet noticed a skip. Not that I can identify. You will, Philip said, with a quiet certainty that was not unkind, and poured them both more coffee. They sat for a while. Through the window the afternoon was doing its golden afternoon things, the light on the cobblestones outside shifting as clouds moved over the sun and released it again. Somewhere down the street someone was playing music, a radio, perhaps, or something like a radio, the music slightly too perfect in its transitions to be a real broadcast, but close. Martin thought about what it meant to be in a managed system. He had managed systems his entire career. He knew what it meant from the other side of the glass. It meant there was someone watching. It meant there were metrics being monitored and thresholds being observed and decisions being made about intervention. It meant that somewhere right now, a person or a team of people was looking at numbers that described Martin Ellison's continued existence and making judgments about them. He found this thought neither comforting nor frightening. He found it in the way that was most essentially him, clarifying. There were people. People made decisions. Decisions could be interrogated. The situation was not metaphysically impenetrable, it was operational. It had stakeholders. It had probably, he thought with the instinct of someone who had built a $2 billion company, a governance structure, and a management hierarchy, and a person at the top of that hierarchy who was ultimately responsible. He wondered whether that person knew the system was failing. He wondered whether they would care. He looked at Philip's chart again. The gentle upward trend. The slope of it unhurried but consistent. What do you want to do? Philip said. Martin closed the notebook and slid it back across the table. I want to understand it, he said. As much as I can understand it from inside it. And I want to know whether anyone out there is paying attention. Philip looked at him for a moment. And if they're not? Martin picked up his coffee. Then I want to understand that too. He walked home in the late afternoon, the city doing its golden things around him. He passed the park and the fountain and the card players, and nodded to one of them who had become, over 3 weeks, a familiar face, a man named Georgie who played cards with the focused intensity of someone for whom it was not a pastime but a discipline. Georgie nodded back without interrupting his study of his hand. The dinner that evening was at Celeste's apartment, not the weekly communal dinner but a smaller thing, 4 people, Celeste and Martin and Philip and Sujin the marine biologist, who had brought a bottle of wine she described as local, and which was better than most things Martin had drunk in what he now thought of, carefully, as the before. Celeste had cooked fish in a way that involved a great deal of lemon and olive oil and something that smelled like oregano, and was served with bread that was still warm from whatever passed for a bakery in this place. It was a genuinely good evening. The conversation ranged widely. Sujin talked about the harbor's marine life, with an enthusiasm that was infectious even when you knew that the marine life she was describing might be as rendered as everything else. Philip told a story about a building project in Boston that had gone badly wrong, and then right again in a way that was actually funny. Celeste opened the second bottle of wine with the ease of someone who had decided that an evening worth having was worth committing to. Martin ate and drank and laughed at the right moments, and was present in the way he was learning, slowly, to be present. He watched the candles on Celeste's table. She used tea lights in small glass holders, practical and low, and he watched them from the corner of his attention throughout the meal without being obvious about it. They burned. They burned correctly, the wax diminished, the flames flickered when the window was open. By the end of the evening, the wax level in 3 of the 5 was visibly lower, and one had guttered and gone out. He noted this. He noted it because it meant something, though he hadn't yet worked out what. Either the system was inconsistent, running some elements correctly and others not, or the dinner at Irene's had been an anomaly rather than a feature. Or there was a middle option that he hadn't formulated yet. He lay awake after walking home and thought about the middle option. He fell asleep without finding it. At some point in the deep part of the night he woke, or what felt like waking, except that something was wrong with the quality of the moment. Not wrong in a frightening way. Wrong in the way of a gap, a seam in the fabric of the night, invisible except at this particular angle of attention, the curtains on the far wall moving very slightly in a draft from the window he had not left open. He sat up. The room was the room. The darkness was the darkness. The curtain moved and settled. He got up and went to the window. It was closed. He confirmed this with his hand against the latch, cold metal, fully engaged. He stood at the closed window for a long moment. He went back to bed. He opened his notebook on the bedside table and in the dark, by feel, wrote 2 words he would be able to read in the morning. First skip. Then he lay back and looked at the ceiling and thought about Philip's chart and the upward slope of it, and about the person somewhere outside this place who was looking at numbers that described Martin Ellison's existence, and whether those numbers included what had just happened, and whether the person looking at them understood what it meant. The curtain was still. The room was quiet. Somewhere below in the courtyard, the fig tree stood in its terracotta pot, and its leaves did not move, because there was no wind to move them and there had not been any wind, and the window had been closed all night. Dara pulled the resident file on a Tuesday evening, alone in the office, the rest of the continuity team long gone. This was not unusual. She kept late hours by preference, had always worked better in the particular quality of silence that an office acquires after the last person leaves, when the building's ambient noise drops and the hum of the servers becomes something you can actually hear rather than just sense. She had grown up in a house that was never quiet, 3 brothers and a mother who expressed love primarily through sound, music, conversation, the television always on somewhere, and she had spent her adult life in a mild, affectionate rebellion against this, seeking quiet the way other people sought warmth. She had told herself, getting out her badge to re-enter the building at 7 p.m., that she was coming back to run a diagnostic. This was true. She did run the diagnostic. But she ran it in 11 minutes and then sat at her desk for a while before navigating to the resident roster, and she was honest enough with herself, in the way that people who live alone and have no one to perform for sometimes are, to acknowledge that the diagnostic had been a pretext. She opened Martin Ellison's file. The intake materials were extensive. They always were. Elysian's intake process had been designed with the thoroughness of people who understood they were creating a legal and ethical record that would need to withstand scrutiny, though what form that scrutiny might take was something no one had quite worked out, since the service existed in a regulatory space that was still being negotiated in 3 separate jurisdictions simultaneously. There were medical records, condensed and translated into the system's own notation. There were the scan session reports, 6 of them, spanning 8 weeks, each one generating the data that had been used to build the model that was now, in some meaningful and philosophically contested sense, Martin Ellison. There were financial records showing the subscription structure, the trust that had been established to fund the ongoing fees, the legal arrangements that would maintain payment in the event of the subscriber's death, and here Dara paused, because the subscriber whose death was being planned around was the same person as the resident whose ongoing life was being funded, and these 2 things were not straightforwardly compatible, and yet this was the entire premise of the business. And 3 years in, she still sometimes came at it from an angle that made it seem freshly strange. The family access records were at the bottom of the file. Renata Ellison, 31, Portland, Oregon. Environmental attorney. Listed as next of kin and as the primary family subscriber, meaning she was the person whose monthly payment maintained Martin's residency, the person to whom the portal access had been granted, the person who had been sent the welcome materials and the orientation video, and the instructions for logging into the family interface, which allowed family members to observe their loved one's daily life in the simulation through a curated feed of anonymized behavioral data, not a direct view. Nothing so crude as a camera, but a representation, mood indicators, activity levels, social engagement scores, rendered as a simple dashboard that said, in effect, he is well, he is active, he is not alone. She had logged in 0 times. Not once in 11 weeks. Dara looked at this for a moment. 0 was different from infrequent. Infrequent meant someone who checked in when they thought of it, when they had a moment, when the grief was fresh enough to need assuaging. 0 meant something else. 0 meant either that the portal credentials had never been opened, or that they had been opened and immediately closed, or that Martin Ellison had made a decision about her relationship to this particular piece of information and was maintaining it with consistency. She navigated to the contact history. Elysian's client relations team sent a monthly communication to family subscribers, a brief, warmly worded note confirming the resident's status, nothing specific, calibrated to be reassuring without being detailed. The communications had been delivered to Renata's email address. None had received a response. One sent 6 weeks ago had generated an out-of-office reply indicating she was in court. So the email address was active. She was receiving them. She was simply not responding. Dara sat back. She had looked at dozens of family access records over 3 years, and she had developed from this a lay taxonomy of grief. There were the families who logged in daily, compulsively, who seemed to find in the dashboards reassuring green indicators a substitute for the visits and calls they could no longer make, who treated the portal as a kind of vigil. There were the families who logged in weekly or monthly, who had found a sustainable rhythm, who had integrated the reality of what had happened into their ongoing lives in the way that grief researchers said was healthy and that Dara thought was genuinely admirable. There were the families who logged in rarely, when anniversaries or other occasions made the absence acute, who otherwise seemed to have found a way to hold the loss without needing to constantly confirm that it was not total. And there were the families who didn't log in at all, and in her experience, these divided further into 2 types. The first type was people for whom the simulation was a comfort they couldn't access yet, who would come to it eventually when the rawness had diminished. The second type was people for whom the simulation was not a comfort at all, was perhaps the opposite of a comfort, a prolongation, a refusal to close the chapter, something their loved one had chosen that they couldn't endorse and couldn't oppose, and so had simply declined to engage with. She thought Renata was probably the second type. The environmental lawyer in Portland who had not called, had not visited, had not opened the portal. The daughter who was listed as estranged in the intake notes, a word Martin's admitting physician had used in the brief psychological assessment that was part of the intake protocol, noting it without apparent judgment, the way physicians noted things. She wondered what the argument had been. There was always an argument in the estranged family cases. Or not always an argument, sometimes it was a long subtraction, a series of smaller disappointments that had accumulated past a threshold. She had no way of knowing which it was for Martin and Renata Ellison, and it was not her job to know. She was a continuity engineer. She monitored systems. She looked at the dashboard for Martin's node. The activity indicators were nominal. Social engagement was high for his residency duration, higher than average, which suggested he was forming connections faster than most new residents, which was consistent with the intake profile's description of him as socially capable, professionally gregarious, a man who had built a company from relationships as much as from science. Mood indicators were stable and trending positive. Sleep patterns showed some irregularity in the past week, more waking in the night than his baseline, shorter total sleep duration, but within normal range. The sleep irregularity was new. She noted it. She cross-referenced it against the anomaly log for his node. The timing correlated. She looked at this correlation for a long time. The anomaly events in Cluster 7 were, by design, imperceptible to residents. They lasted milliseconds. They corrected themselves. The system's entire architecture was built around the premise of seamless experiential continuity. You could not have a service premised on residents not knowing they were in a simulation if the simulation periodically announced its own nature through perceptible glitches. The events Dara was monitoring were supposed to be below the threshold of perception, happening in the substrate of the system rather than in its rendered surface. But Martin's sleep patterns had changed in the same week that the anomaly frequency had increased. This could be coincidence. The human sleep cycle was sensitive to dozens of variables, and there was no mechanism she could immediately identify by which a millisecond duration rendering anomaly would affect a resident's sleep. The correlation might be noise. Might be. She opened a new document and began writing. Not the formal incident report she had already filed, which was in Owen's queue and which she had no confidence would produce any action. This was something different, a personal working document, saved to her local drive rather than the company server, in which she was trying to think through what she actually knew and what she could actually do about it. She wrote what the system is doing. Then she wrote in point form everything she had observed: the initial anomaly, the escalation pattern, the failed fault library match, the sleep correlation. She was precise and she was thorough, and she tried to write it as though she were writing it for a reader who knew nothing, because writing for a reader who knows nothing forces you to be clear about what you actually have versus what you're inferring. Then she wrote what the company is doing. And here she stopped for a moment before writing: monitoring, assessing, not acting, not informing. Then she wrote what I can do. She stared at this heading for a while. Her access level was Tier 2, which gave her full read access to resident files and behavioral data, write access to the monitoring logs, and limited write access to the system's configuration layer, enough to adjust monitoring parameters and flag events for escalation, not enough to modify the simulation's content or architecture. Tier 3 was the engineering team that maintained the system's core. Tier 4 was the small group that had built it. Dara was not Tier 3 or Tier 4. She could document. She could flag. She had documented and flagged. She could escalate outside the normal chain, which she had done by contacting Miriam, and the result of that had been a careful and final-sounding instruction to continue monitoring. She could go further outside the chain. There were theoretically external avenues, regulators, though the regulatory framework for this industry was still being constructed, and the relevant agencies were still deciding which of their existing jurisdictions applied. Journalists, though the NDA she had signed was extensive, and she had no interest in being the person who collapsed a company housing 214 living residents by leaking its internal difficulties to a reporter who would inevitably get the technical details wrong. Lawyers, though what the legal claim would be, and on whose behalf it would be made, was not straightforward. She wrote all of this down. She was honest about the limitations of each option. Then she sat and looked at what she'd written for a while. The amber light on her secondary monitor pulsed once in the corner of her vision. She had set up a live feed from the anomaly tracker in the past week, a small window that sat at the edge of her screen and showed the current status of Cluster 7 in real time. It was mostly green. It pulsed amber for a moment when an anomaly event occurred, and then returned to green when the repair protocols addressed it. It was pulsing more often than it had been 2 weeks ago. She pulled up the raw event log and ran the frequency analysis she had been running every 3 days. The escalation pattern was holding. If the trend continued at its current rate, and she had no reason to believe it would not, given that nothing was being done to address the underlying cause, the events would breach the monitoring threshold within 6 to 8 weeks. At threshold, the protocol called for automatic escalation to the engineering team and mandatory review. At threshold, Owen would have no procedural basis for continuing to manage this quietly. At threshold, the company would be formally required to respond. 6 to 8 weeks. She thought about 214 residents experiencing increasingly frequent skip events and visual anomalies and disrupted sleep for another 6 to 8 weeks, while the company waited for its monitoring threshold to make the decision for it. She thought about one resident in particular and made herself stop and thought about him anyway. She navigated to the behavioral feed for Martin's node and opened the activity log for the past 72 hours. This was within her job function, monitoring behavioral patterns for signs of distress was part of continuity engineering. She was not doing anything she wasn't supposed to do. The log showed what she expected from his dashboard indicators. High social activity, daily interactions with multiple residents, the same 2 or 3 names appearing consistently, suggesting formed relationships. Regular routine, harbor area prominent in location data, which was typical for residents in that node. The sleep irregularity she had already noted. And something new, something she hadn't seen before in his log, a sustained pattern of what the system coded as focused stationary activity in the morning hours, recurring daily, at a location that cross-referenced to the harbor cafe. Focused stationary activity meant sitting still and paying attention. It was distinct from the relaxed stationary pattern of someone sitting still and not particularly attending to anything. The system inferred attentional state from micro-movement patterns, the subtle physical correlates of directed attention that even a very still person displays when they're watching something carefully. He was watching something. Every morning at the harbor cafe, he was watching something carefully. She looked at the location data more closely. The direction of his attention, inferred from postural data, was consistently oriented toward a specific area of the promenade. She cross-referenced this against the anomaly map. The area his attention was directed toward was one of the higher frequency anomaly zones in Cluster 7, a patch of the rendering architecture that had been generating repeat events, the system correcting and recorrecting a process that kept failing to stabilize. He had found the bad patch. He didn't know it was a bad patch in a rendering architecture. But he had found it, and he was watching it every morning with the focused stationary attention of a man who has identified something anomalous and is gathering data. Dara looked at this for a long moment. Then she pulled up his intake profile again and read it more carefully than she had before. The pharmaceutical background, yes. The company built on pattern recognition. The clinical trial work. 40 years of looking at data and asking whether what you were seeing was signal or noise, and building a career on the ability to tell the difference. She read the psychological assessment section. The admitting physician's notes were brief and professionally neutral. Patient presents as cognitively acute, emotionally controlled, pragmatic orientation. Strong need for informational mastery. Adapts to new situations by gathering and organizing data rather than by seeking emotional reassurance. Prognosis for simulation adjustment, positive, with caveat that patients' observational tendencies may generate questions about simulation parameters that standard orientation does not address. Standard orientation does not address. She read this sentence 3 times. Someone had seen this coming. Some physician at intake had looked at Martin Ellison and understood that this was not a man who would stop at the surface of things. Had noted it professionally and neutrally, and had passed it up the chain, and someone further up the chain had read it, and had made the calculation that the simulation's coherence would be sufficient to contain his observational tendencies, and had been wrong. Or perhaps not wrong yet. He was watching a patch of the harbor promenade. He had noticed anomalies. He did not know what they were. There was a significant distance between noticing that something was wrong with the world and understanding the nature of the world that was wrong. But he was closing that distance. Methodically daily, with the notebook she could infer from his focused stationary activity, even if she couldn't directly observe it. She minimized his file. She opened her working document again. Under what I can do, she had written 3 options and their limitations. She looked at them. Then she wrote a 4th option, which she did not annotate with limitations because she had not yet fully thought through what the limitations were. She wrote it quickly, in the direct way you write things when you're trying to get them down before the part of your brain that manages professional caution catches up with the part that generated the idea. She wrote, "Tell him." Then she sat back and looked at it. The server room hummed. The amber light pulsed and returned to green and pulsed again. Outside the building it was fully dark, the parking lot lit by those flat-topped lamps that turn everything slightly amber, the mountain west sky above them doing what it did in autumn, which was clear and cold and indifferent. She did not make any decisions that night. She closed her laptop and put on her coat and walked out to her car and drove home through streets that were quiet at this hour and entirely, unambiguously, actually real. The traffic lights cycled. The road had a pothole she had been navigating around for 3 months. The radio played a song she had heard before, and when it ended, the next song came on without repeating. And when she pulled into her parking spot and turned off the engine, the silence that followed was the silence of a world that had simply stopped making noise for a moment, rather than the silence of a world that had run out of things to generate. She sat in the car. She thought about what it would mean to tell him. The technical dimension, her access level, did not include write access to the simulation's content layer, which meant she could not simply compose a message and inject it into his experience the way you'd send an email. She would have to find another route. There might be a route. She was good at finding routes through systems that hadn't been designed with her particular purpose in mind. This was, in some ways, the core skill of her entire professional history, the thing her dissertation advisor had identified early on, and the thing that had made her valuable at Elysian. She thought about the ethical dimension, which was larger. She was an employee of the company that had made these people a promise, and the promise included not being told. The consent documents were explicit. Residents had consented to non-disclosure of the simulation's nature as part of the service. Breaking that consent was a violation of the terms she operated under, professionally and legally. But the residents had consented to seamless continuity. They had not consented to a failing system. Those were different things. She thought about Martin watching the promenade every morning. The focused stationary activity. The notebook she could only infer. The man who solved problems by gathering data and who was gathering data in a situation where the data, without context, would only ever be partially interpretable. He would keep watching and recording, and the picture would keep getting more detailed and more wrong, because you could not build an accurate model of what was happening to you from inside the thing that was happening to you, not without being told the one fact that made all the other facts make sense. She got out of the car. She went inside. She made tea. She sat at her kitchen table with her personal laptop and opened a blank document and stared at it. She had no idea what to say. She closed the laptop. She drank her tea. She went to bed. She lay in the dark and thought about a 64-year-old man in a rendering of a Mediterranean city, lying in his own dark, watching a curtain that had moved in a draft from a window he was certain he had closed. Both of them awake. Both of them thinking. She fell asleep before she had decided anything, which was perhaps the only way she was going to fall asleep at all. In the morning, she went to work. She ran her diagnostics. She checked the anomaly log. She filed her daily monitoring report with the careful thoroughness that had always characterized her work, because whatever else was happening, she was not going to be the person who let the work slip. The amber light pulsed 7 times between 9 and noon. She counted. The bench was Philip's suggestion. He had sent a note. The city had a note-passing system that Martin had not initially understood, small folded papers that appeared under doors, or were handed by Enzo at the cafe with the morning coffee, a communication infrastructure that felt deliberately low technology in the way of a place that had thought carefully about what kind of pace it wanted to maintain, suggesting they meet at the bench by the fountain at 10 in the morning rather than at the cafe. No explanation given. Martin had read the note twice, looking for tone, and found it neutral in a way that felt considered. Philip was a man who used words with the precision of someone who had spent a career translating spatial ideas into language, and the absence of any qualifying warmth in the note was itself a kind of signal. Martin arrived at the bench at 5 to 10. The fountain was doing its fountain things, the water clear and continuous, the sound of it a reliable white noise that, he had observed, made the bench an unusually private place to have a conversation, not because it was secluded. It was in plain view of 3 streets and the park's main path, but because the water covered your voice at any distance beyond a few feet. He wondered whether Philip had thought of this. He decided Philip had. The morning was overcast, which was less common than the clear days but not rare, the sky a uniform pale gray that turned the city's white stone a softer shade and made the harbor look like a painting of itself rather than the thing itself. Martin sat and watched the fountain and waited and thought about the skip. He had had 3 more in the week since the first one. Each one consistent with Philip's description, a seam in the night, perceptible only by the small evidence of what had shifted while it occurred. The glass moved. The book advanced. Once memorably, he had been sitting at his kitchen table in the early evening with a pen in his hand writing in his notebook, and when the skip resolved, he had found that the pen had written a line across the open page, a diagonal mark running from the upper left corner toward the lower right, as though his hand had continued the motion of writing, while his consciousness had briefly not been there to direct it. He had looked at that line for a long time. Then he had drawn a box around it, neatly, so he would know it was data rather than content. Philip arrived at 10:02, wearing a light jacket against the gray morning, and sat at the other end of the bench with the ease of a tall man who had long since made his peace with benches being slightly too small. He looked at the fountain for a moment before speaking. "I want to be honest with you about something," he said. "All right," Martin said. "I know more than I've told you. I've been deciding over the past week whether to tell you the rest of it. I've decided I should," he paused. "Not because I think it will make you feel better. I don't think it will make you feel better. But because you're going to figure most of it out anyway, and I think it's better to figure things out with accurate information than to triangulate toward them from incomplete data. You're going to triangulate either way, and you'll do it faster if I tell you." Martin looked at him. "You've spent a week deciding this. I've spent most of my time here deciding it. The week is when I made the final call." Martin thought about this. There was no use being irritated. Philip had given him what he could give him when he could give it, which was what most people did, and which was, in the balance, more than many people managed. "Then tell me." Philip was quiet for a moment, looking at the fountain. A child passed on the path nearby, walking with 2 adults, and all 3 of them looked entirely ordinary, and Martin watched them with the particular attention he now brought to all movement in public spaces, that light peripheral awareness, and they passed without generating any note in his mental log. "When I was about 3 weeks in," Philip said, "I had an experience that was different from the visual anomalies. Different from the skips. Something more direct." He turned his coffee cup. He had brought 2 cups from somewhere, handed Martin one without comment when he sat down, and Martin had accepted it the same way in his hands. "I was working at my drafting table. Late afternoon. I had been working on a building design, which I know is," he gestured slightly, "a self-aware acknowledgement of the oddness of continuing to design buildings when you were not, in any meaningful physical sense, anywhere near a building. It's what I do. What I did. The distinction has gotten complicated. Anyway, I was working and I made an error, a drafting error, transposed 2 measurements, and I corrected it, and in doing so I knocked a set of drafting tools off the table. They fell on the floor. I went to pick them up." He stopped. "When I straightened up," he said, "the room looked different." Martin waited. "Not dramatically. Not in the way you describe in a story, where everything is suddenly wrong and you know immediately something has happened. Subtly. The window was in the right place. The furniture was in the right place. But the light was wrong, not wrong by much, maybe 15 minutes worth of sun movement, the shadows at a slightly different angle than they should have been. And the drafting error I had just corrected was back. The transposed measurements were back on the page, uncorrected, as though I hadn't spent the previous 20 minutes fixing them." "A skip," Martin said. "A longer one. I thought so too, initially. But here's the thing," Philip turned to him. "The tools I had knocked off the table were back on the table. Exactly where they had been before I knocked them off. Not approximately, exactly, down to the angle of the parallel rule, the position of the compass. I know because I looked very carefully." Martin thought about this. "The system reset the room." The system reset the room, Philip confirmed. Not just skipped forward past a moment of elapsed time. Actively restored a prior state. Everything in the room went back to where it had been at some reference point. Me included, I was back in my chair, which I hadn't been when the tools fell. You don't remember being put back in the chair. No. That's the part that Philip stopped. Collected himself. Martin had come to understand, a man with a considerable internal life that he managed carefully, and the careful management was not suppression but curation. He felt things fully and chose selectively what to show. The part that stays with me is that it was done to me without my awareness. The room was restored. I was restored as a component of the room. My position, presumably my state at that moment, my memory of the previous 20 minutes, all of it reset to a prior reference point. But you remembered the correction, Martin said. You remember it now. Yes. Which is either an error in the reset, it didn't get everything, or, and this is the interpretation I've landed on, the reset wasn't complete. It restored physical state, but not all cognitive state. The memory persisted because memory isn't stored the way a physical position is stored. It's distributed, associated, harder to cleanly revert. He paused. Or possibly they don't try to revert it. Possibly a memory of a discontinuity is considered an acceptable residual effect of the correction process. Martin sat with this. The fountain continued. The gray sky continued. He drank his coffee, which was good, and thought about being restored to a prior state like a file rolled back to a previous save. The image was uncomfortably apt. How many times has this happened to you? He said. The full reset, as distinct from the shorter skips. 3 times. The first was the drafting table. The second I was asleep and only know it happened because the book on my bedside table was back to a page I had read 2 days earlier. The third, he stopped again, and this time the pause was longer. The third was a conversation. Martin waited. I had been talking to Harriet, Philip said. Harriet, the older woman from the communal dinners, the one who knew everyone. We were in the parks. We had been talking for perhaps 30 minutes, and we had gotten to a point in the conversation where she said something. I'm going to come back to what she said, because it matters. And when she said it, I felt the conversation had arrived somewhere true, somewhere that was going to require a real response from me, and I was preparing that response, working out what the honest version of it was, and then the reset occurred and we were back at the beginning of the conversation. Harriet at the bench. Me approaching along the path. The previous 30 minutes gone. Did she know? Martin said. Did Harriet remember the first version? No, she didn't. She had the conversation again, and it was very close to the first version, the same topics in roughly the same order, the same asides and digressions, but it did not arrive at the same place. It arrived somewhere near it, but not at it, the way a river that's been redirected might end up in roughly the same bay, but not through the same channel. We didn't get back to the thing she had said. He looked at the fountain. I have wondered since whether that was coincidence, or whether the system, in resetting, had adjusted something to prevent the conversation from reaching the same point. The implications of this took a moment to settle. The idea that the system was not just restoring physical state, but in some way managing the content of what occurred, steering away from certain destinations. Martin thought about the admitting physician's note that he did not know existed, in a file he had no way of accessing. Patients' observational tendencies may generate questions about simulation parameters that standard orientation does not address. He thought about it without knowing he was thinking about it, arriving at the same conclusion from a different direction. What did she say? Martin said. The thing she said in the first version of the conversation. Philip looked at him steadily. She said that she thought they were watching us. The fountain. The gray sky. A gust of wind moved across the park briefly and then stopped, the way wind sometimes did here, a brief intervention and then an absence, as though the mechanism that generated it had completed its task. She used that word, Martin said. She did. She's been here longer than either of us, 14 months. She's the most tenured resident I know of, which is its own kind of data point. And she said, I think they're watching us, and I think some of them care about what they're watching, and I think some of them don't, and I've been trying for a year to figure out which kind is in charge. Philip finished his coffee. Then the reset happened, and that version of Harriet never said it again. Martin looked at the fountain for a while. The water fell and the basin received it, and the overflow was carried away somewhere into whatever infrastructure lay beneath the city's surface, the hidden machinery of plumbing and drainage that every city required and that he had never tried to trace here, had never thought to trace until now. I want to show you something, Philip said. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and produced his notebook, not the larger graph paper notebook from his apartment, but a smaller one, a field notebook, the kind you kept on your person. He opened it to a page near the back and held it so Martin could see. It was a frequency chart, similar to the ones in the larger notebook but updated, and the slope that had been gentle when Martin had first looked at it 10 days ago was less gentle now. It had not steepened dramatically. This was not a crisis curve yet. It was not exponential, but the direction was clear and the consistency was clear, and there was no interpretation of it that suggested stabilization. Below the chart, Philip had written a table. 2 columns. The left column read event frequency per week and listed numbers going back 4 months. The right column read reset events and listed 3 dates, the 3 resets he had described. The reset started 6 weeks ago, Martin said. Yes. Before that, only the visual anomalies and the skips. The resets are the escalation. They represent the system doing something more active than just correcting a rendering error. They represent the system reaching into our environment and changing it. Martin looked at the table. Have you had a reset in the past 2 weeks? No, but I think that's because I've been careful. I've been staying in areas of the city that seem more stable. I've been avoiding situations where a reset might be triggered. He paused. I've been avoiding the conversation with Harriet. That's not sustainable, Martin said. No, Philip agreed. It's not. Martin handed the notebook back. Philip pocketed it, and they both looked at the fountain for a while. 2 pigeons had arrived at the basin's edge and were conducting the specific investigation of water that pigeons conduct, which involves a great deal of head tilting and very little apparent conclusion. Martin watched them with the peripheral attention he now maintained constantly. The thing I keep coming back to, Martin said, is the resets. Not the skips or the visual errors, those feel like system noise, like a program running with minor bugs. The resets feel like something different. They feel like intervention. Yes, Philip said. Which means someone is intervening. Someone out there is watching closely enough to identify a situation that needs correction and deploying a correction. He thought about this. Which means they know the system is generating situations that need correction. They're aware of the anomalies. Almost certainly. And they're not fixing them. They're managing them. Patching individual events rather than addressing the underlying cause. That's my read, Philip said. Whether because they can't fix the underlying cause, or because fixing it would require something that's not currently happening, taking the system offline, maybe, or making some structural change that they're not prepared to make, I don't know. Martin's thought about a boardroom. A table of people, the kind of people who ran companies built on expensive promises, looking at numbers that described a failing system and making decisions about what to disclose to whom. He had been in enough of those rooms. He knew the arithmetic of those decisions, not callous, most of them, not in the rooms he had been in, but utilitarian. Cost and benefit. What you tell people versus what telling them costs you. They haven't told us, he said. No. They know it's failing and they haven't told us. No, Philip said again quietly. They haven't. The pigeons finished their investigation and flew away in the sudden, decisive way of pigeons. The fountain continued. Somewhere across the park, a door opened and closed. Martin's thought about Renata. He thought about her in the specific way he had been thinking about her since arriving here, not the fraught tangle of the actual relationship, the 15 years of circling, but something simpler, a question. Did she know where he was? Did she think about the dashboard she'd been sent access to? Whether she'd looked at it even once, just to see the green indicators, just to confirm that whatever she thought about how he'd handled things, he was not in pain. He thought he knew the answer, and he held it carefully, the way you hold something that might be fragile. "What do you want to do?" Philip said. "You said you wanted to know whether anyone out there was paying attention. I think the answer is that someone is, because of the resets. Someone is watching closely enough to intervene. Whether that intervention is benevolent or just operational, whether they're protecting us or protecting the system, I can't tell you." "Maybe both," Martin said. "Those aren't mutually exclusive." "No," Philip said. "They're not." Martin looked at the fountain. He thought about the company that had sold him this, the intake materials, the gentle language, the repeated word gift. He thought about the engineer or the technician or whoever was on the other end of the reset, whoever had looked at a conversation between Philip and Harriet and determined that it had arrived somewhere it wasn't supposed to arrive and had rolled it back. He thought about what it would mean to reach back. "There's a direction I want to go with this," Martin said. "That requires telling Celeste." Philip was quiet for a moment. "She knows more than she lets on." "I know. That's why I need to tell her." "She's not going to want to hear it." "I mean that specifically. She's going to hear it, and she's going to tell you she knows, and then she's going to ask you to leave it alone. She's made a decision about this place, and it's not the decision you've made." "I know," Martin said again. "I'm going to tell her anyway. Because she deserves to know what we know, and because she's the sharpest person in this city, and I'd rather have her thinking about it, even if she's thinking about it in the direction of leaving it alone, than have her not thinking about it at all." Philip nodded slowly. He did not argue, which Martin appreciated. He simply nodded with the expression of a man who sees the logic of something and has also seen the ways that logical decisions produce unexpected results. "One more thing," Philip said. He reached back into his jacket and produced a second, smaller piece of paper, folded twice. He held it for a moment before handing it over, with the slight hesitation of someone giving you something they're not entirely sure they should be giving you. Martin unfolded it. It was a list of names. 12 of them residents he recognized, some from the communal dinners, some from his own encounters around the city. Beside each name, Philip had written a brief annotation. Harriet aware, long-term cautious. Douglas aware, in denial, monitoring privately. Sujin possible awareness, not confirmed. A man named Victor whom Martin had met once at the wine bar, aware, deeply distressed, avoidant. And several others, annotated with varying levels of certainty. At the bottom of the list, Philip had written, "These are the people I am confident have noticed something. There are almost certainly others. I do not know what the full population of aware residents looks like, but I think it is larger than I can document." Martin looked at the list for a long time. "Why are you giving me this?" he said. Philip looked at the fountain. "Because I've been carrying it alone for 4 months, and you're better equipped for what it implies than I am." He said this without self-deprecation, as a plain assessment. "I'm an architect. I'm good at seeing how things fit together. I'm not good at deciding what to build once I can see it." He turned to Martin. "You built things. You took problems apart, and then you put them back together as something better. That's what this needs, I think. Not just observation. What comes after observation?" Martin folded the paper and put it in his pocket. He thought what comes after observation is hypothesis, and what comes after hypothesis is test, and what a test requires is the ability to generate a result that falls outside your own controlled environment. He was inside the system. He couldn't test it from inside. He could observe and he could model, and he could understand with increasing precision the nature of what was happening, but he could not change it, and he could not communicate through it, and he could not reach anyone on the other side. unless someone on the other side could reach him. He sat with this thought. It was new and it had an unusual quality, not hope exactly, but the precursor to hope, the moment before you decide whether something is worth hoping for. "Thank you," he said. He meant it for the piece of paper, and for the 4 months of careful watching, and for the hour on the bench, and for the decision to tell him, finally, the rest of it. Philip said, "Good place for it," and smiled at something Martin was, this time, beginning to see. They walked back through the city together, taking the long way around the harbor, passing the cafe where Enzo nodded at them from the doorway, passing the market where the morning's business was winding down, the stall holders beginning the slow consolidation of what hadn't sold. The city was doing its ordinary things. It was, as it always was, almost entirely beautiful and almost entirely convincing. Martin walked through it and thought about the word almost and what it contained, and about the list in his pocket with 12 names on it, and about a conversation between Philip and Harriet that had been reset before it could arrive somewhere true. He thought about the person who had made that reset happen. He thought, "You are watching. I know you are watching. I don't know yet whether you are watching the way a caretaker watches, or the way an engineer watches a system they're trying to keep running, and I'm not sure you know the difference yourself, but I am going to proceed on the assumption that somewhere in there is a person rather than just a function, and that the person can be reached." He did not know how to reach them. He was going to find out. The message she sent to Miriam had taken 40 minutes to write and was 4 sentences long. She had drafted it on a Sunday morning at her kitchen table, with her second cup of coffee going cold beside her laptop, the autumn light coming through the window at the low angle that meant it was still before 9, and the day had not yet committed to anything. She had written and deleted and rewritten, with the particular difficulty of someone trying to say a true thing in a way that will be received rather than deflected, which required a calibration between directness and tact that she had never found easy. Too direct and the message would be read as accusatory and trigger a defensive response that would close the conversation before it opened. Too tactical, and she would have said nothing at all in carefully worded sentences. The final version read, "Miriam, I hope this finds you well. I've been sitting with our conversation from last month, and I find I can't put it down the way I'd like to. The trajectory I flagged has continued, and I'd like to understand more about the technical basis for the stabilization projection. I know this is outside normal channels, and I'm sorry for reaching out directly. I just feel like I need to understand this better than I currently do, and I'm not sure where else to go with it. Would you have 20 minutes sometime this week? Thank you, Dara." She read it one more time before sending. It was honest without being confrontational. It was direct without being an accusation. It gave Miriam an easy route to a simple technical conversation that would not require her to acknowledge any of the larger things Dara was circling. Whether Miriam would take that route or the harder one, Dara did not know. She sent it and closed her laptop and went for a walk, because sitting and waiting for the response indicator to appear was not something she was willing to do on a Sunday morning. The response came that afternoon. Brief, warm, the same register as the last one. "Of course. Tuesday at 4 if that works. I'll call you." A number she hadn't seen before, not the one from the last call, a different one, which Dara noted without knowing exactly what to make of it. Tuesday at 4 she was again in her car in the parking lot, laptop on the passenger seat, notepad on her knee. She had prepared more this time. She had a clean summary of the anomaly data, updated through the previous evening, printed on 2 sheets that she had folded into her coat pocket, even though she was not going to be in a room with Miriam and had no way to hand them over. The act of having printed them felt important anyway. It was the act of a person who was taking something seriously rather than just worrying about it. Miriam answered on the first ring this time. "Dara, thanks for the patience. How are you doing?" The question was warmer than she'd expected, and she was briefly disarmed by it, which was probably the intention. "I'm okay," she said. "Thank you for making time." "Of course. Tell me where things are." She told her. The update was concise because she'd prepared it, the frequency escalation over the past 4 weeks, the rate of change, the projected timeline to threshold breach, the continued failure of the repair protocols to address the underlying pattern rather than individual events. She tried to keep her voice the way she'd kept it in the first call, even and technical, but she was aware that something in it had changed since then, some quality of professional neutrality that had been genuine before and was now more effortful. Miriam listened with the same quality of attention as before. No interruptions. No questions while Dara was still talking. When Dara finished, there was a pause that felt different from the pauses in the first conversation. Shorter, more decisive, as though Miriam had been waiting for her to reach the end of what she had to say, rather than considering her response. "I want to be straight with you," Miriam said. "I think you deserve that." Dara wrote straight on her notepad and underlined it. "The engineering team has been working on the underlying issue since before you and I first talked. I want you to know that. It's not sitting untouched." A pause. "The difficulty is that the architecture we're dealing with is proprietary, and the degradation pattern is, as you've correctly identified, not something we've seen before. We don't have a precedent for it in our fault library because it hasn't happened before. That makes the engineering work slower than anyone wants it to be." "What's the mechanism?" Dara said. "The stabilization you projected last time, what was that based on?" Another pause. "It was based on modeling of the system's self-repair capacity under sustained load. The architecture has redundancy built in at the substrate level. The theoretical model suggested that the repair protocols, over time, would reinforce the affected pathways and that the anomaly frequency would plateau." "Theoretical," Dara said. "Yes. And observationally, it hasn't plateaued. Observationally, it hasn't plateaued yet. The engineering team's position is that the timeframe for the projected stabilization was always going to be longer than the initial model suggested, and that we're still within the window." "What window?" Dara said. "What's the outer bound of the window?" The pause this time was the longest yet. "That's not a number I have for you right now," Miriam said. "I want to be honest about that rather than give you a figure that I'd be generating in the moment." Dara wrote on her notepad, "No outer bound." She looked at the words. "Miriam," she said, and stopped. She had not planned to say what she was about to say. She had planned to stay technical, to keep the conversation in the register of engineering and data. But she was sitting in a parking lot on a Tuesday afternoon, and she had 214 names in her head, and one of them was Martin Ellison, who was watching a patch of the harbor promenade every morning with the attention of a man who understood that something was wrong and was trying to understand it from inside a system that had been designed to prevent him from understanding it. And the technical register was a lane she had been keeping herself in for months, and she was tired of the lane. "I've been looking at the resident files," she said. A brief silence. "That's within your access level." "I know. I've been looking at them not just as data sets, but as," she paused, choosing the word, "as people. I know that's not my job function. But I've been doing it. And there's a man in Cluster 7, a resident, who I think knows something is wrong. Not the full picture, not the technical picture, but he knows. His behavioral logs show it. He's been systematically observing anomalies and recording them. I can infer the recording from his activity patterns, and he's doing it with the kind of methodical focus that tells me he's building a model. An incomplete model, because he can't build a complete one from inside, but a model." She stopped. She had not meant to say all of this. It was out now. "Dara," Miriam said, and her voice had shifted into something that was careful in a new way, a carefulness that had weight behind it. "I hear what you're saying. I want you to think about what you're implying. I know what I'm implying. You're implying that this resident should be told something. About the system. About his situation. I'm saying he's already figured out that something is wrong. He's going to keep figuring it out. The only question is whether he does it with accurate information or inaccurate information." "He consented to non-disclosure," Miriam said. That's not a technicality. He sat in a room with our intake team and a lawyer, and he signed a document that described clearly that the simulation would be his complete experiential reality and that he would not be aware of its constructed nature. He chose this. We are honoring the choice he made. He chose it before the system started failing, Dara said. The silence that followed this was absolute. She had said the word. Not anomalies, not degradation, not instability or variance, or any of the other careful euphemisms that had accumulated over months of internal communications. Failing. She had said the system was failing, and she had said it to Miriam Solis, who had built it. The system is not failing, Miriam said. Her voice was even, and it took effort to make it even, which Dara could hear underneath the evenness. It is experiencing a degradation event that we are actively working to address. The residents are safe. They are comfortable. They are experiencing their lives with a quality of continuity that we promised them and that we are maintaining. With resets, Dara said. Another silence. This one had a different quality, not the silence of consideration, but the silence of a conversation arriving somewhere it hadn't been expected to arrive. You know about the resets, Miriam said. I inferred them from the event logs. The pattern is there if you look at the remediation records. Dara kept her voice even. Someone is authorizing manual interventions in the simulation. Environmental resets, targeted to specific situations. I don't have direct visibility into what those situations were, but I can see the timestamp pattern and the node locations, and it's not random. Someone is watching closely enough to identify specific moments that need correction, and they're correcting them. A long pause. That's Tier 4 activity, Miriam said finally. That's above your visibility level. I know it is. I'm not asking for visibility into it. I'm telling you what I can see from where I sit, which is that the system is being managed at a level of intervention that goes beyond what the self-repair protocols were designed for, and that the interventions are becoming more frequent. She paused. And I'm asking whether the residents know any of this is happening to them. They don't, Miriam said. And they won't. That is a decision that has been made at the highest level of this company, and it is not going to change based on a continuity engineer's concern about one resident's activity logs. The sentence landed. It was not unkind. Miriam had not said it with contempt. She had said it with the directness she had promised at the start of the call, and Dara, who had asked for directness, received it. She wrote on her notepad, "Not going to change." What happens, she said, if the engineering team can't resolve it? They will resolve it. What if they can't? What's the contingency? Dara, the warmth was gone now, not replaced by coldness but by something more terminal, a finality that was being extended to her as a courtesy, a last clear statement of where the walls were. There is a team of very good engineers working on this problem around the clock. There is a founder who built this system from nothing and who is not going to watch it fail. There is a company that has made a promise to 214 families that their loved ones are safe, and that is not a promise we are going to break. I understand that you're worried. I'm telling you that your worry is heard and that the people responsible for this system are doing everything that can be done. Your job is to monitor and document and escalate through Owen if threshold is breached. I need you to do your job. And if I don't think my job is enough, Dara said. She had not planned to say this either. It was a small sentence, and it was very large. The pause that followed it was careful. Then I would encourage you, Miriam said slowly, to think very carefully about what alternatives you're considering and what they would mean for the residents you're concerned about. An external disclosure event of any kind would have consequences for the operational stability of this system that would not be good for the people living in it. I want you to hold that. Another pause. I think you're a good engineer and a good person, Dara. I think you care about this work. I'm asking you to trust that the people above you care about it too. The line went quiet and stayed quiet, and Dara understood that this was the end of the conversation. "Thank you for your time," she said. "Take care of yourself," Miriam said, which was either genuine or a dismissal or both, and the call ended. Dara sat in the car. The parking lot was doing its late afternoon thing, the flat-topped lamps beginning to assert themselves against the diminishing daylight, a few cars pulling in and out as the office park's population shifted from its afternoon distribution to its evening one. The sky was that particular shade of late-fall blue that is so saturated it looks almost artificial, which was an irony Dara noted and did not find funny. She looked at her notepad. Straight. No outer bound. Not going to change. She turned to a new page and wrote, as she had written before, what I can do. Below it, she wrote the same 4 options she had written before. Then she looked at the 4th one. Tell him. She had written it 2 weeks ago and had not acted on it and had told herself she was still deciding. She understood, sitting in the parking lot with Miriam's voice still in the air of the car, that she had not still been deciding. She had been waiting for the conversation with Miriam to tell her she didn't have to. She had been waiting to be told that the company was handling it, that the engineering team had a solution, that the window had an outer bound and the outer bound was close, and the residents would never need to know because the system would be repaired before they did. Miriam had not told her any of those things. She drove home. She made dinner, actually cooked for once rather than assembling, roasted vegetables with rice, a domesticity she engaged in when she needed to do something with her hands while her mind worked on a separate problem. She ate at her kitchen table without opening her laptop. She did the dishes. She sat on her couch. She thought about what she could technically do. Her Tier 2 access gave her read access to the resident experience layer, the behavioral logs, the activity data, the dashboard indicators. It did not give her write access to the simulation's content. She could not compose a message and push it into a resident's experience the way you'd send a notification to an app. The content layer required Tier 3 credentials that she did not have. But she had spent 3 years watching how the system worked, and she understood it at a level that her job title did not fully represent. She understood it the way that people who pay close attention to systems they inhabit always understand them, not just the functions they're authorized to perform, but the logic underneath, the architecture's assumptions, the places where the design behavior and the actual behavior diverge slightly. She knew, for example, that the system's content layer had a class of object called a persistence artifact, a rendering element that was tied to a specific location in the simulation and that persisted across the normal refresh cycles. Persistence artifacts were used for things like shop signs and street name tiles and the plaque on the harbor master's office, elements that needed to be stable across multiple resident observations rather than generated fresh on each render. They lived in a different part of the architecture from the standard dynamic rendering and were updated through a separate process that had different access controls. She knew this because she had read the architecture documentation thoroughly during her first year, and because she had once filed a bug report about a persistence artifact that had been incorrectly updated, a street sign in Cluster 3 that had briefly displayed the wrong name, and in the process of investigating it, she had traced the access pathway for persistence artifact updates and had found that it sat at the boundary between the content layer and the monitoring layer, accessible from both sides. Accessible, theoretically, from her side. She had not tried it. She had filed the bug report through normal channels, the sign had been corrected, the issue had been closed. She had noted the access pathway and moved on because there had been no reason to use it. She thought about it now with the focused attention of someone who has found the seam in the architecture and is measuring it to see what will fit through. The access pathway for persistence artifact updates was not, technically, a right path into the simulation's content. It was a maintenance path. It was designed to allow authorized corrections to the stable elements of the simulation's environment. Whether using it to place a new object, a temporary one that the system would flag and correct on its next maintenance cycle, was within the intended use of that pathway was a question she was fairly certain she knew the answer to and was choosing to hold loosely. She could, potentially, write something into a persistence artifact. Something that would appear in Martin's environment as a physical object, text on a surface, visible to him and corrected away by the system on its next pass, but visible for long enough. Long enough to read. She opened her laptop. She navigated to the architecture documentation she had saved locally, the section on persistence artifacts. She read through the update protocol, looking for the access requirements, the format specifications, the constraints on object type and duration. It was possible. It was technically possible, and it would require an access key she had, and a format she could construct, and a location she could specify, and a duration she could not entirely control. The system would correct it when it next cycled through the affected node, which based on the current maintenance schedule would be somewhere between 4 and 12 hours after placement, long enough for a resident who was paying attention to see it if they were in the right place at the right time. She would have to put it somewhere he would be. She knew where he was every morning. She sat back. She thought about what Miriam had said. Think very carefully about what alternatives you're considering and what they would mean for the residents. She thought about this seriously, because Miriam was not wrong that an external disclosure event could destabilize the company, and the company's destabilization would not be good for the system's operational integrity, and the system's operational integrity was what was keeping 214 people's continued existence running. She thought about this, and she thought about it, and she turned it over, and she came back to the same place. The system was already destabilizing. Slowly, incrementally, with the polite trajectory of a well-behaved failure. It was going to keep destabilizing whether she told one resident the truth or not. The question was not whether the system would reach a crisis point. The question was whether anyone in it would understand what was happening to them when it did. She thought about Martin Ellison in his kitchen with his coffee. The fig tree. 11 weeks of a life in a city whose name he didn't know, in a body that didn't hurt anymore, watching the harbor and writing things in a notebook with the systematic attention of a man who had decided to understand his situation as accurately as he could. He deserved accurate information. It was not a complicated conclusion. It had taken her months to reach it, but the conclusion itself was not complicated. He deserved to know. Not because knowing would change his situation. It wouldn't. There was nothing he could do. He was inside a system, and he could not leave it, and knowing it was a system would not give him an exit, but because understanding the truth of your situation was a thing a person was owed regardless of whether the truth was useful. It was owed because he was a person and not a component. It was owed because he had spent his life wanting to know the truth of things and had come to this place, and this was the truth of things, and he should know it. She opened a new file. She started writing. Not the message yet. She had no idea yet what the message would say. That was a separate and enormous problem. She was writing a technical specification. The persistence artifact parameters. The location coordinates in Cluster 7's harbor district. The harbor itself, specifically the water surface near the main pier, which was in the direct sightline of the cafe table he occupied every morning. The water surface was smooth and reflective, and a persistence artifact placed on it would be visible as text on the water, illuminated by the morning light, for as long as the system took to correct it. She wrote the specification. She checked the access pathway. She confirmed the key. Then she stopped and looked at what she had built and understood that she was not going to use it tonight, because she still did not know what to say, and she was not going to say it wrong. She was going to think about this carefully as she had thought about anything. She saved the file. She closed the laptop. She sat in the quiet of her apartment for a long time. Outside it had gotten fully dark, the mountain west night doing its clear cold thing, the stars visible in a way they weren't on cloudy nights, and that she always found steadying, the evidence of enormous distance and scale, and the perspective that enormous distance and scale provided on the problems of a single continuity engineer in a parking lot on a Tuesday, which were real problems and not nothing, and also not as large as the distance between stars. She went to bed. She lay in the dark. She thought, what do you say to a person when you want to tell them the truth, and the truth is enormous, and you have 4 to 12 hours before the system corrects what you've written and takes it away? She thought, you say the most important things first. You say them simply. You do not try to explain everything, because you cannot explain everything in the space of a persistence artifact on a water surface that the system is already preparing to erase. She thought about what the most important things were. She fell asleep working on the list, and in the morning when she woke, she lay still for a moment in the way she always did, taking the temperature of the day before committing to it, and she thought, "Today I am going to write the message." She got up. She made coffee. She sat at her kitchen table with the coffee and a blank piece of paper, not her laptop, and she wrote by hand, which she did when she wanted to think rather than type, and she wrote the message 5 times before she had a version that felt true and sufficient and not too large for what it needed to fit inside. Then she drove to work. She ran her diagnostics. She filed her morning report. She nodded to her colleagues. She attended a brief team meeting in which Owen discussed threshold parameters in the careful language of a man who had been told what to say and was saying it. She made the appropriate contributions. She had another cup of coffee. At 11 in the morning, when the office had settled into its mid-morning rhythm and Owen was in a call and the rest of the team was occupied, she opened the persistence artifact specification she had built the night before. She copied the message from the piece of paper into the text field. She checked the coordinates. She confirmed the access key. She checked the maintenance cycle schedule and determined that the next automated pass through the harbor node was in approximately 7 hours, which meant the artifact would persist from the moment of placement until sometime in the early afternoon, which meant a resident at the harbor cafe at his usual morning hour would have ample time to see it. If he was there. He was always there. She looked at the specification for a moment. Then she looked at the message. It was 4 sentences. They were not perfect sentences. She had written them 5 times and they were still not perfect, and they were not going to be. They were true. They were as clear as she could make them. They said what needed to be said in the order it needed to be said in, the most important thing first, as she had decided in the dark of her bedroom. She placed the artifact. The system accepted it without complaint, filed it in the persistence layer, assigned it a render priority and a location anchor, and a correction flag that would bring it to the attention of the next maintenance cycle. In the system's log, it appeared as a routine persistence artifact update, one of dozens that occurred on any given day, indistinguishable in format from a sign correction or a street tile update. In a rendered harbor on the other side of the system, in the early morning light that the architecture generated with its 95% accuracy, text appeared on the surface of the water near the main pier. Dara sat back. She had done it. She opened the behavioral feed for Martin's node, the live activity monitor, and watched the small indicator that represented his location in the simulation. He was at the cafe. He was at the table. He was, per the postural data, oriented toward the harbor. She watched the indicator and thought, look at the water. She thought it the way you think things that you cannot transmit, that exist only in your own mind and travel no further. Look at the water, Martins. Look at the water this morning. The amber light on her secondary monitor pulsed once. She did not look at it. The notebook had 43 pages of entries now. Martin knew this because he had counted them the previous evening, sitting at his kitchen table with the wine he allowed himself most evenings and the particular quality of focus that the late hours provided, when the city outside had quieted to its nighttime register, and the only sounds were the distant water and the occasional movement of someone in the apartment below. 43 pages of compressed shorthand, dates and times and locations, and the nature of what had been observed, cross-referenced where the same phenomenon had appeared in different contexts, annotated where a new observation confirmed or complicated a prior one. He had also, in the past week, begun a second notebook, same black cover, bought from the same market stall in which he was building the model. The model was the thing that mattered. Observation was just collection. What you did with collected data was build a model, and a model's value was not how well it described what you had already seen, but how accurately it predicted what you hadn't seen yet. A good model generated expectations, and those expectations were either met or violated, and either outcome told you something. He had been building models his entire career, and he was good at it, and the fact that the system he was modeling was the system he was living in, that the data collection and the data itself were happening in the same place, was a methodological problem he had decided to treat as a constraint rather than an invalidation. All research happened inside constraints. You worked within them. What the model currently said was this: the anomaly frequency was increasing on a curve that was steeper than Philip's earlier chart had suggested, because Philip had been plotting events he personally observed, and Martin was now synthesizing Philip's data with his own, and with what he had gathered cautiously from Douglas, and from two other residents he had identified from Philip's list as both aware and potentially willing to talk. The combined dataset had a density that Philip's individual observations lacked, and the denser dataset showed a curve that was not the gentle upward trend of Philip's chart, but something with more urgency to it, not exponential yet, but trending in that direction. The skip events were the leading indicator. Visual anomalies were, he had concluded, surface effects, the rendered environment failing to maintain consistency across time or across simultaneous observation by multiple residents, a rendering problem in the truest sense. The skips were different. The skips were the system interrupting its own operation to perform a repair, and the frequency of the skips tracked closely with the overall anomaly rate with a slight lead time, which meant the skips were predictive. If skips increased in a given week, visual anomalies would increase the following week. He had confirmed this relationship across 3 cycles now, and he was confident enough in it to have written it in the second notebook as a finding rather than a hypothesis. The resets were the other leading indicator. He had experienced 2 of his own now, in addition to the 3 Philip had described, and he had gathered accounts of resets from Douglas and from a quiet woman named Petra who had been a landscape architect in her working life, and who had come to him unexpectedly at the communal dinner 2 weeks ago and pressed a folded piece of paper into his hand with the brisk efficiency of someone completing a transaction they had decided on and wanted done quickly. The paper contained dates and descriptions of 4 reset events she had experienced, written in a small, neat hand, and at the bottom she had written, "I think you are trying to understand this. I think understanding it is the right thing to do. I am not going to talk about it, but I wanted you to have this." He had thanked her and she had nodded and moved away, and they had not discussed it since, which he respected completely. His own reset experiences had given him data that second-hand accounts couldn't. The phenomenology of it, the texture of the experience from inside, was something he had tried to record as precisely as possible while the memory was fresh, because he had the intuition that the precise quality of the experience might be informative in ways he hadn't yet worked out. Both of his resets had happened in the late evening. Both had involved conversations, the first with Philip, during which they had been discussing the theoretical structure of the system, and had arrived at a point of conjecture that Martin now could not retrieve, the conversation resuming mid-topic as though the previous portion had occurred in another room rather than been erased. The second alone in his apartment, when he had been reading, and had fallen into a particular line of thought about the system's management structure that had felt productive and specific, and then was simply not there, the book back to a page he had read 40 minutes earlier, the line of thought gone as cleanly as a chalkboard wiped. That second reset had told him something important. He had been alone. There had been no conversation to manage, no other resident whose memory needed to be aligned with his own. The reset had been triggered by internal cognitive activity, by the direction of his thinking, not by anything he had said or any situation he had created. Which meant someone was watching his thoughts, or close enough to watching them that the distinction was not meaningful. Which meant the monitoring was not of behavior alone, but of cognition, and the cognition was being evaluated in real time for content that crossed some threshold and triggered intervention. He had sat with this understanding for 2 days before writing it in the second notebook, because it required some time to become a fact rather than a frightening speculation. It was now a fact. He was sitting at the Harbor Cafe on what the city's undated newspapers suggested was a Wednesday morning, though he had stopped trusting day names some time ago and used them only as relative markers, 2 days after the last skip, 4 days before he expected the next visual anomaly cluster based on the pattern he had established. His coffee was in front of him, his notebook open to a fresh page, his attention on the harbor in the light peripheral way he had refined over weeks of practice. He was not watching for the woman in the yellow dress. He had gathered sufficient data on that particular phenomenon, and watching it again would tell him nothing new. He had moved his observation focus to the harbor itself, specifically to the water, which was the most revealing part of the rendered environment because water was the hardest thing to render consistently. It moved, it reflected, it responded to light and wind in ways that required continuous calculation, and the places where that calculation was struggling most showed up in the water before they showed up anywhere else. He could see on certain mornings a faint heterogeneity in the surface texture at the far edge of the pier, a patch where the light reflected slightly wrong, where the small wavelets had a periodicity that was just a fraction too regular, too metronomic, to be the product of actual fluid dynamics. He watched this patch most mornings. It was his canary, his leading indicator of the harbor node's current condition. On days when the patch was pronounced, the skip events were more likely. He had confirmed this correlation twice. This morning, the patch was more pronounced than he had ever seen it. He noted this in his notebook. He looked at it for a while. The light was good this morning, clear and low, the kind of light that was most revealing of surface irregularities, and the patch at the far edge of the pier was visible enough that he thought another resident, without his months of careful attention, might notice it today if they happened to look in the right direction at the right angle. He drank his coffee. He watched the patch. He thought about the model and the curve, and what the curve predicted, which was that within approximately 3 weeks the anomaly frequency would reach a level that could not be managed by the current intervention strategy. Too many events too quickly for targeted resets to address, the system generating discontinuities faster than they could be corrected. What happened after that point, he could not model with any confidence because he had no data on it. He had never been inside a system at that stage of its failure, and he had no way of knowing what it would look like from the inside. He thought about this with the careful attention he had been bringing to all of it, which was to say he thought about it steadily and without panic, the way you think about a problem you cannot yet solve but have committed to understanding. He thought someone out there knows this is happening. Someone is making the resets happen, and those resets are becoming more frequent and less effective. Someone is running out of runway, and they know it, and they are continuing to manage rather than disclose, and the managing is becoming harder. He wondered what it would take for them to change their approach. He looked at the water. The patch at the far edge of the pier was doing something new. He sat forward very slightly, the movement unconscious, the response of a body to unexpected data. The patch was not just more pronounced this morning, it was resolving into something. The texture irregularity was concentrating, cohering, the heterogeneous shimmer gathering into a pattern that had directionality to it. That was not the chaos of a rendering struggling to maintain itself, but something more organized, as though the energy of the irregularity were being directed. He kept very still. The pattern on the water surface was becoming text. He watched this happen with the focused and complete attention of a man who had spent his career learning to see what was actually in front of him, rather than what he expected to be in front of him. The text assembled itself over perhaps 30 seconds, the letters forming from the shimmer in the way that letters in certain optical illusions assemble from apparent noise when you find the right focus distance, suddenly there, undeniable, where before there had been only irregularity. 4 sentences. Rendered in light on the surface of the harbor water, near the main pier, in a typeface that was clean and readable, and that had no business being there. He read them. He read them twice to be certain he had them right. He did not look away from them while he read because he understood instinctively that they would not be there long, and he needed to have read them before they were gone. He read them with the total absorption of a man receiving the most important message of his life, which was what this was, because the message told him what his life was, what this place was, what the last 11 weeks had been, and it told him one other thing that was separate from these and smaller and larger at the same time. Then the text dispersed. Not dramatically, it did not fade or dissolve or perform its departure. It simply became the shimmer again, and the shimmer became the normal surface of the water, and the water was the harbor, and the harbor was what it had always been, the boats and the light, and the particular Mediterranean-adjacent blue that was 95% right. Martin sat still for a moment. He picked up his pen. His hand was steady. He wrote the 4 sentences in his notebook from memory, which was perfect, because some things you read once and never lose. Then he sat back. Enzo came and refilled his coffee without being asked, which he had started doing 3 weeks ago, the particular service of a man who has noticed a regular customer's habits. Martin thanked him and Enzo went back inside, and the cafe continued its morning around him, ordinary and rendered and persistent. He thought about what he had read. The first sentence had told him what he was. Not a metaphor, not an implication, a direct statement, cleanly worded, about the nature of his existence in this place. He turned it over. He had theorized this. He and Philip had discussed it in exactly these terms, or near enough. And yet there was a difference between a hypothesis you have constructed carefully from observed evidence and the same hypothesis stated as fact by someone who knows it to be true, and the difference was not intellectual but physical. He felt it in his chest, a settling, the particular physical sensation of a thing becoming real that had previously been a thought about a thing. He was a model. He was in a simulation. The simulation was run by a company called Elysian Systems, and he had agreed to this before he arrived here, had signed the documents, had sat in the scanning sessions, and understood in the abstract what was being built from him. He had agreed to not knowing. He had agreed to seamless continuity. He had agreed, without fully understanding what he was agreeing to this. The second sentence had told him the system was in difficulty. This he had known. The message said it plainly: the system is not stable, and the people responsible for it know this and are working to address it, and the plainness of it was its own kind of information. Someone out there had decided he deserved the plain version. He thought about this and felt something he identified, after a moment, as gratitude. The third sentence had told him that the person writing this was sorry. This was the sentence that had required the most time to process. Not the apology itself. Apologies were transactional, expected, the reflexive appendage to bad news. What required processing was the quality of it, the specific word choice that the plain sentence contained, which communicated not the performance of sorrow, but the actual thing, the weight of someone who had been carrying knowledge they hadn't shared, and had finally set it down in front of the person who had a right to it. He thought about the engineer behind the message. It was an engineer, it had to be, to have put text on the surface of the harbor water, to understand the system's architecture well enough to find a way through it to him. He thought about what it had cost them to send it. The professional risk. The violation of whatever their terms of employment required. The decision they had made, and the weeks it had probably taken them to make it. He was glad they had. The fourth sentence was the one he sat with the longest. Your daughter has not logged in. 5 words. The message writer had used 5 of their limited words, 4 sentences, perhaps 50 words total, in the space of a temporary text on a water surface, to tell him this one specific thing. Not a detail about the system's architecture, or the company's name, or the technical nature of his situation. His daughter, Renata. The specific fact of her absence from whatever portal she had been given access to, the digital threshold she had not crossed once in 11 weeks. He thought about why someone would choose to include this. He's thought about it for a long time. It was not information he could act on. He could not call her. He could not send a message through any channel he had access to. He could not respond to her absence because he had no means of response. The information had no practical utility for him in any immediate sense. But the person who had written the message had thought it was worth 5 of their 50 words. He thought about what kind of person makes that choice. Someone who had looked at his file, who had read the intake materials and the family access records, and had understood the shape of the estrangement without knowing its content, and had decided that not telling him this would be a kind of dishonesty that undermined the purpose of the message. If you were going to give someone the truth, you gave them all of it. The truth of the system and the truth of the daughter. You didn't curate. He respected this. He respected it with the particular feeling of recognizing something in another person that you value in yourself. He's thought about Renata. He did not, as he had feared he might, when he first let himself think about what her absence from the portal meant, feel the thing collapse into bitterness. He thought he would. He had prepared for it, in the way he prepared for difficult outcomes, building the mental architecture in advance so that when the thing arrived you had somewhere to put it. But the bitterness didn't come, or came and passed quickly, replaced by something more complicated that took him several minutes to identify. It was, he thought, something close to understanding. She had not logged in because she had not known how to log in to something like this. Not technically, he had no doubt she could follow instructions. She was a sharp woman. She had not gotten to where she was by being unable to follow instructions. She had not logged in because looking at a dashboard of her father's vital signs in a simulation would have required her to have feelings about her father that she had spent 15 years organizing into a form she could manage, and looking at the dashboard would have reorganized them, and she had not been ready. He could not be angry at this. He had contributed to the shape of her feelings. He had been absent in ways that were specific and cumulative, that a daughter who was paying attention, and Renata was always paying attention. It was one of the things he most admired about her, and most had failed to deserve, would have registered and kept the account of. He had called her near the end, and she had come, and they had talked in the stilted register of people who had important things to say and had lost the fluency. She had held his hand for a moment before she left the hospital. He held that. He thought, I cannot reach her. I am in here and she is out there, and there is no channel between us except a dashboard she hasn't opened, and nothing I can do from this side changes that. He thought, but someone out there can see both sides. He looked at the water. The surface was smooth and ordinary and gave nothing back but the reflection of the morning. He thought about the message sender again. The engineer who had broken whatever rules, their role, required to put text on his harbor. Who had given him the truths. Who had used 5 of their 50 words on Renata. The message had gone one way, out there to in here. Was there a way to go the other direction? He did not know. He had no mechanism. He was in a simulation, and he could observe it, and he could think about it, and he could not reach through it. But the message sender had found a way through it from their side. He thought, if they can do it once, they can do it again. And if they're watching, and they are watching, he knew they were watching, he could feel the weight of that attention the way you feel someone's eyes on you in a room, then they would know that he had seen the message. They would know from whatever behavioral metrics they monitored that he had been at the harbor this morning, and had been still for the right amount of time, and had written something in his notebook afterward. They would know he had read it. He thought, find a way to answer me. I don't know how. But you found a way to reach me, and I am asking you to find a way again. He looked at the harbor. He thought about what he wanted to say to Renata if a way were found. He had a great deal to say. 15 years of it, and the years before that, and the hold his hand moment in the hospital, and the 3 calls she hadn't returned, and the environmental law career that was her version of a conversation they had started having when she was 17 and had never finished. He had a great deal to say, and he understood that a text on a water surface was not the medium for most of it. But some of it. He thought about what a father who was inside a failing simulation and might not have as much time as he had once thought would choose to say to a daughter in Portland who had not opened the dashboard. He opened his notebook to a fresh page and he wrote, in his compressed shorthand that no one else would be able to read, everything he wanted her to know. He wrote for 40 minutes. When he stopped, his hand ached slightly, which was interesting phantom sensation, probably, the system rendering the physical consequence of sustained writing even without the physical cause, and the page was full and 2/3 of the next one. He read it back. He reduced it. He took the 40 minutes of writing, and he compressed it the way he had always compressed things, looking for the load-bearing sentences, the ones that couldn't be removed without losing the structure. He did this 3 times until he had 6 sentences. Then he looked at the 6 sentences for a long time and took out 2 more and was left with 4. He looked at the 4 sentences. He thought, if I could say 4 sentences to her. If that were all. He looked at the harbor. He thought, someone out there is watching this. Watching me write. Watching me sit here. I don't know your name. I don't know what it cost you to send that message, and I don't know whether you can send another one, or whether there is any channel through which I can send one back. But I'm going to assume you're watching because you always have been, and I'm going to assume you care because you used 5 words on my daughter, and I'm going to ask you, I am asking you, right now, in the only way I have available, which is to sit here and think it clearly enough that maybe it shows in whatever metrics you're watching, to find a way. He sat for a while longer. Then he closed the notebook and put it in his pocket and left money on the table and walked away from the harbor. He went to find Philip first, because the message had contained information that Philip deserved to have, not all of it, not the 4th sentence, that was his, but the first 3, the confirmation of what they had theorized, the name of the company, the plain statement that the people responsible for the system knew it was failing. Philip received this information in the way he received most things, with a stillness that was not shock but processing, a tall man sitting very still in his kitchen while his mind worked through what had just been handed to it. Elysian, Philip said. Yes. We were right about all of it. Yes. Philip was quiet for a moment. How do you feel? Martin thought about this. Clearer, he said. I feel clearer. Philip nodded as though this was the right answer, which it was. They sat together for a while and talked through the implications, which were considerable and not entirely new, but were now grounded in confirmed fact rather than hypothesis, which changed the quality of the conversation. Martin told Philip about the mechanism, the text on the water, the temporary nature of it, the sense he had that someone was watching, and had decided, at personal cost, to send the message. Philip listened and was quiet and said, "They're not all the same, the people running this. That's what the message tells you. There's at least one of them who is not making the same calculation as whoever is deciding not to tell us." Yes, Martin said. That's what I think too. He walked to Celeste's apartment in the early afternoon. She opened the door and read his face and stood back to let him in without asking what he'd come about, which was one of the things he valued most about her. She made tea. She was a tea person in the afternoons, had tried to convert him and failed, and they sat at her table and he told her everything. The message, the confirmation, the name, the curve in the model and what it predicted. He told her the 4th sentence too, because he had decided on the walkover that he was not going to curate it, that Philip was right, that she knew more than she said, and that she deserved the unedited version of what he knew. She listened without interrupting. Her face went through several things while he talked, none of them settling. When he finished, she looked at her tea and didn't speak for a moment. I know, she said finally. He waited. I've known for a while that something was wrong with the system, she said. Not the specifics, not the company name or the technical picture. But I knew, she looked up at him. And I made a decision. I made a decision that my daughter, her name is Amara, she's 26, she's in her first year of medical school, and she is extraordinary, and she logs into the portal every 3 days without fail. I made a decision that Amara is paying for the belief that I am fine, and I want to remain fine for as long as that's true. I want that for hers. I want to be the thing she thinks I am, while she's doing the hardest thing she's ever done. Martin looked at her. I know, she said again more quietly. I know what you're going to say. I'm not going to say anything, Martin said. She looked at him for a moment, and then something in her face settled. I'm not in denial, she said. I want you to know that. I know what this place is. I know what's happening to it. I've made a choice about how I want to inhabit it while it's still working, and the choice is that I want to inhabit it the way I've been inhabiting it. With dinner parties and good wine and you and Philip and the harbor in the morning. She paused. I'm asking you to let me do that. I will, Martin said. Thank you. They drank their tea. Outside the window the afternoon was doing its golden things, the light on the white stone of the buildings across the lane warm and specific, and rendered at 95% accuracy, which was close enough. Martin thought about Amara logging in every 3 days. The dashboard. The grain indicators. A medical student in the middle of the hardest thing she'd ever done, checking a screen to confirm that her mother was still, in some meaningful sense, there. He thought about Renata not logging in at all. He thought about the 4 sentences in his notebook. He looked at the harbor from Celeste's window, a different angle than from the cafe, higher up, the pier visible and the open water beyond it. The surface was smooth and ordinary and gave nothing back. He would wait. She knew he had read it before she looked at the behavioral log. She knew it the way you know certain things that you have no direct access to, from the shape of the surrounding evidence, from the way the data around the event arranged itself differently after it than before it, the way a room feels changed after something important has happened in it, even when you weren't there to see it happen. She had been watching the live activity feed at the moment the artifact resolved, and she had seen his location indicator stay fixed at the cafe table for 11 minutes after the system's maintenance cycle had corrected the artifact away, which was longer than he normally sat after finishing his coffee. And when the indicator finally moved, it moved in the direction of the residential district rather than the market, which was his usual direction on Wednesday mornings. And the postural data showed focused stationary activity for the duration of the 11 minutes, the micro-movement signature of a man who is thinking very hard about something specific. He had read it. She sat with this for a moment. She had not known until the moment she confirmed it how much she had needed to know, and the confirmation moved through her in a way she hadn't entirely anticipated, not relief, or not only relief, but something more complex that included relief and also the particular quality of exposure that comes when something you have been carrying privately is now shared, even partially, even asymmetrically. Even across the fundamental barrier of a system architecture that made true communication between them technically impossible. She had told him. Hey, no. She watched his location indicator move through the harbor district toward the residential streets, and she tracked it with the attention of someone watching a ship they have launched navigate its first passage, which was an overwrought metaphor, and she knew it, and used it anyway privately, because there was no one to share it with, and the overstatement of a private metaphor was one of the minor freedoms of living alone. His indicator stopped at a residential address she cross-referenced and identified as belonging to a resident named Philip Strand. It stayed there for 40 minutes. Then it moved to another address, which cross-referenced to a resident named Celeste Ockafer, and stayed there for an hour and 20 minutes. Then it returned to his own residential address, and the location data became stationary, and the activity indicators settled into the low-energy pattern of a person sitting quietly at home. She thought about what those 2 visits meant. He had immediately gone to the people he trusted most with what she had told him. He was not hoarding it. He was not sitting alone with it trying to determine what to do. He had processed it and shared it, and the sharing had been purposeful, sequential, considered, not the panicked disclosure of someone overwhelmed, but the deliberate communication of someone who had decided what the information implied and who else needed to have it. He had the same instincts about information that she did. Use it. Don't let it sit. Give it to the people who can do something with it, or if no one can do something with it, give it to the people who deserve to have it anyway. She looked at the clock. It was mid-afternoon. She had a monitoring report to file and 2 diagnostic cycles to run and a flag in Owen's queue that she needed to formally respond to, all the ordinary machinery of the work that continued regardless of what else was happening. She did these things. She did them with the care she always brought to them, because she had decided long ago that whatever her private reservations about the company's decisions, the quality of her monitoring was not a thing she was willing to compromise. The residents' safety, such as it was partly a function of her attention, and her attention was not for sale to her own ethical conflicts. She filed the report. She ran the diagnostics. She responded to Owen's flag with a concise and accurate technical summary that told him nothing he didn't already know in exactly the format he preferred. Then she sat at her desk and thought about what came next. The message had been step 1, and it had cost her more than she had admitted to herself while she was deciding to send it. Not the professional cost, she had assessed that clearly and decided to bear it. The personal cost, which was different and harder to quantify. She had spent 3 years at Elysian, maintaining a version of professional integrity that allowed her to do the work without becoming the work, to care about the residents without losing the distance that made caring about them sustainable rather than debilitating. The message had dissolved some of that distance. She had reached through the glass, and now the glass was thinner everywhere, not just at the point of contact, and she could feel the thinness of it at her desk in ways she had not felt before. She had told a man that he was in a simulation. She had told him the simulation was failing. She had told him his daughter had not come. These were not things that left you where they found you. She pulled up the anomaly log and looked at the current frequency numbers. The escalation was holding. She updated her projection model with the latest data, and the output was consistent with what she had been projecting for the past 3 weeks, threshold breach in 4 to 6 weeks now, the window having narrowed slightly as the rate of change became more defined. The repair protocols were running at 112% of their design load capacity, which was a number that had appeared in her morning report and that Owen had not flagged, which either meant he had missed it or had decided it was within acceptable parameters, and she was no longer certain which of those possibilities she found more alarming. She thought about the resets. She had looked more carefully at the remediation logs since she'd identified their pattern 2 weeks ago, had traced the access pathway further than she had before, and what she had found was that the reset events were being authorized by a specific Tier 4 credential that appeared in the logs as a user ID rather than a name. She did not have access to the user ID registry that would tell her whose credential it was. She knew only that it was a single credential, one person, apparently, who was watching the simulation closely enough to authorize manual resets, and that the credential had been active in the logs for the past 8 weeks, which corresponded almost exactly with the period during which the anomaly frequency had escalated past the point that the automated repair protocols could fully manage. Someone at Tier 4 had been watching for 8 weeks and had been resetting situations they deemed too close to the truth and had not, in 8 weeks, told anyone below them what they were doing or why. She thought about who at Tier 4 would be monitoring the simulation at that level of personal engagement, and the list was short, and one name on it was Miriam Solis, and she thought it was probably Miriam Solis. She thought about Miriam on the phone saying, "I'm telling you because you've done good work and you deserve a straight answer." Miriam, who had built this system and who was watching it fail, and who was resetting individual moments of too clear perception in a simulation because she could not fix the underlying problem and could not bring herself to disclose the problem, and so was doing the only thing left, which was tending it by hand, one reset at a time, in the way that is the last resort of people who have run out of other options and cannot accept the alternative. She thought, you and I are doing the same thing from opposite directions. You're trying to prevent him from knowing. I've told him. We are both doing it because we think we're protecting something. I'm not sure either of us is right. She opened her personal working document, the one she kept on her local drive, and looked at the section she had been building over the past week under the heading after the message. She had written it the day after placing the artifact, in the early morning before work, trying to think clearly about what she had committed herself to and what it implied. She had written, telling him was not the end of anything. It was the beginning of something. He is going to do something with what I told him. He is not the kind of person who receives information and holds it still. He is going to act on it, and the action is going to be limited by what he can do from inside the system and what I can do from outside, and the question is whether those two limited ranges of action have any overlap. She had underlined overlap. The overlap was the thing. She had access to the system's architecture from the outside, not complete access, not Tier 3 or Tier 4 access, but enough to see it clearly and understand it and find the seams in it. He had access to the simulation's interior, the lived experience of it, the social reality of it, the 214 people in it who were all in varying states of awareness and who were, several of them, apparently organized around him in ways the behavioral logs confirmed. She had read the social network analysis in his activity data. The system generated it automatically as part of the engagement monitoring, and the picture it showed was of a man who had, in 11 weeks, become a kind of informal center of a small community of aware residents. Not through any manipulation or performance, but through the same quality that had apparently made him effective in his previous life. He gathered information carefully, he shared it honestly, people trusted him because he was trustworthy. She had the outside. He had the inside. The question was what they could build across the distance. She had sent one message. She could potentially send another. The persistence artifact pathway was still available to her. She had checked the morning after the first message and found no new access restrictions, no audit trail that had triggered a review. Either no one had noticed or no one had acted on noticing, and until one of those things changed, the pathway was technically open. But she needed to know what to send before she sent it. She thought about what he needed. The message had told him the basic facts. The follow-up, if there was one, needed to be more specific, something he could use, something actionable, something that served a purpose beyond the purpose the first message had served, which was simply to tell him the truth. She thought about what actionable meant for a man inside a failing simulation who could not leave it, and could not fix it, and could not reach anyone outside it. She wrote in her document, what can he actually do? Below this she wrote, he can prepare. He and the people around him can understand what is coming well enough to face it on their own terms, rather than be surprised by it. Preparation is not nothing. Preparation is what you can give someone when you cannot give them a solution. She looked at this. Then she wrote, he can reach out. Not technically, not through any channel I've identified. But if I can reach in, maybe the pathway is traversable in the other direction. I don't know this. I need to know this. She sat back and thought about the architecture. The persistence artifact pathway went from the monitoring layer into the content layer, a one-way maintenance channel designed for corrections flowing outward from the system's management infrastructure into the simulation's rendered surface. It was not designed for communication in the opposite direction. There was no corresponding channel from the content layer back to the monitoring layer because the content layer was a rendered environment, and rendered environments did not, by design, generate communications back to their own infrastructure. The residents could not reach the walls. But she pulled up the architecture documentation again and navigated to the section on behavioral monitoring. The monitoring system observed the simulation continuously, tracking movement and activity and social patterns, and the dozens of other metrics that flowed continuously from the content layer to the monitoring layer. It was a one-way observation channel, content layer to monitoring layer, residents generating data that the monitoring system received. But it was a channel. Data moved along it. Not in the direction she needed, but along the same pathway. She thought about whether there was a way to exploit the behavioral monitoring channel as a communication medium. Not by sending a message through it, it wasn't designed for message content, but by using observable behavior as a signaling system. If he knew what the monitoring system was watching, he could potentially structure his behavior to communicate information, use the monitoring system's own observational granularity as a kind of telegraph, the actions he performed in the simulation encoding information that she could read on her end. This was not a simple idea, and it had significant practical problems, the most significant of which was that it required him to know the parameters of what she was watching, which required her to tell him, which required another message, which required another use of the persistence artifact pathway, and the continued absence of anyone noticing she was using it. She wrote all of this down. She drew arrows between the components. She looked at what she had drawn. It was not nothing. It was not a solution. It was a narrow thread of possibility running between two people on opposite sides of a glass wall, and threads were what you worked with when you didn't have cables. She thought about the other thing she had been circling for 2 weeks, the thing she had written and crossed out and rewritten in her working document several times, because it was the most significant of the options she was considering and the most irreversible. She had external options. She had said this to herself and to Miriam in the context of disclosure, the regulatory agencies, the journalists, the lawyers. She had assessed them and found them limited, and she still found them limited, but she had been assessing them in a specific frame, the frame of what would cause the company to change its behavior toward the residents, and in that frame they were blunt instruments with unpredictable consequences. But there was a narrower version of the external option that she had not fully assessed. Not a broad disclosure. Not a leak to a journalist or a complaint to an agency. Something more targeted. Renata Ellison, Portland, Oregon. Environmental attorney. 0 portal logins. She had the contact information. It was in Martin's file, the next of kin record, the email address and phone number that the client relations team had used to send the monthly status communications that Renata had received and not responded to. She could contact Renata directly. She sat with this. It was outside her job function in a way that the persistence artifact had also been outside her job function, but it was a different kind of outside. The persistence artifact was a technical deviation, an unauthorized use of a maintenance pathway that was nevertheless within the system she was authorized to maintain. Contacting a resident's family member directly, outside the company's client relations process, using information from a file she had accessed in her professional capacity, this was a different category of action. This was using the company's information to circumvent the company's own client relations function for purposes the company had explicitly decided against. She was aware of this distinction, and she was not pretending it wasn't there. She thought about Renata Ellison not opening the portal. Not for 11 weeks. And she thought about the specific thing that Martin had done in the 40 minutes after reading her message, gone directly to the people he trusted, and she thought about what it would mean to a daughter in Portland to receive a message not from a company's client relations team, but from a person, an individual, someone who had looked at her father's file and her own absence from it, and had decided that she deserved to know both things. Not the technical details. Not the system architecture or the anomaly data. Something simpler. Something a person said to another person. She wrote in her document, Renata. She looked at the word for a while. She thought about the professional consequences of contacting a client's family member outside authorized channels using information from a privileged file. She thought about this clearly and without minimizing it. It was potentially a fireable offense. It was potentially a legal issue, depending on how the company's NDA and data privacy provisions applied, and she was not a lawyer and did not know precisely how they applied, which was itself a reason for caution. She thought about the professional consequences of placing a persistence artifact containing unauthorized content in a resident simulation environment. That had also been potentially a fireable offense. She had done it. She was apparently, she thought with a dry internal acknowledgement, in a period of doing things that were potentially fireable offenses. She thought about what Martin had written in his notebook in the 40 minutes after reading her message. She could not read his notebook. It was a physical object in a rendered environment, and her monitoring access gave her behavioral data, not content. She could see that he had written for 40 minutes. She could not see what. But she thought she knew. Or she knew the shape of it, if not the specific sentences. She thought about a father inside a failing simulation, writing something for a daughter who had not come, in the 40 minutes after being told she hadn't come. Writing with a hand that ached from it, she could see the sustained fine motor activity in the behavioral data, 40 minutes of the signature associated with writing, the slight postural shift at the end that the system associated with physical fatigue in the hands. She thought he wrote something for her. He is in there writing things for her, and she is in Portland not opening the portal, and she doesn't know any of this, and she doesn't know that he knows she's not coming, and she doesn't know that he is writing for her anyway. She opened a new message on her personal email account, not her work account, her personal one, the address that was not in any Elysian system, and she wrote Renata Ellison's email address in the recipient field, and she sat looking at the empty body of the message for a long time. She thought about the most important thing first. She had applied this principle to Martin's message, and it had worked. The most important thing first, simply stated without performance. She started writing. She did not tell Renata about the anomalies, or the degradation, or the company's internal decisions. She did not tell her about the persistence artifact, or the message on the water, or any of the technical infrastructure of what had happened. She wrote none of this because none of it was the most important thing. The most important thing was that her father was in there, and he knew she hadn't come, and he had spent 40 minutes this morning writing something for her anyway. She wrote this. She wrote it in 4 sentences, fewer than she had used to tell Martin the truth of his situation, because this was simpler and more essential, and required less setup than a simulation architecture, and more than nothing. She wrote it and read it back, and it was true, and it was not cruel, and it did not perform anything. It was just a person telling another person something they needed to know. She looked at it for a long time. She added 1 sentence at the end. The sentence told Renata that the portal was there, and that it said he was well, and that whether or not she logged in it would continue to say he was well because it was true, and that Dara was telling her this not on behalf of Elysian Systems, whose client relations team had its own communications, but as a person who had been reading his file and had thought that Renata should know. She signed it with her first name only. She read the message 3 times. Then she sent it and closed her email and did not open it again for the rest of the day, because opening it and looking for a response would be a thing she could not stop doing if she started, and she had work to do. She ran her afternoon diagnostics. The anomaly frequency had increased slightly since the morning check. She logged it and updated her projection. The amber light pulsed on her secondary monitor with a regularity she had stopped trying not to count. At 5 o'clock, she filed her end-of-day report and put on her coat and walked out to the parking lot. She sat in her car. She thought about the message to Renata sitting in an inbox in Portland. She thought about the persistence artifact sitting on the harbor water that morning before the system corrected it away. She thought about 2 messages sent into the uncertain distances of their respective systems, both of them true, both of them now out of her hands. She thought about what out of her hands meant. It meant she had done what she could do, and the doing was finished, and the results were whatever the results were going to be. It did not mean she was done. There was still the second message to Martin to think about, still the question of the behavioral monitoring channel, still the projection data and the narrowing timeline, and the daily work of watching the system's vital signs with the attention they required. But 2 things were done that had not been done this morning. She thought about Martin at his kitchen window with his coffee, or whatever the evening equivalent was, the wine she could infer from his routine, the notebook she could infer from the fine motor activity signature that appeared in his logs most evenings, the fig tree in the courtyard that the system rendered with the precise detail of something that had been built to be believed. She thought about him knowing what he knew now and carrying it the way he was clearly going to carry it, which was not lightly but without being crushed by it, in the way of a person who had decided long ago that understanding a hard thing was better than not understanding it. She thought about Celeste Ackaffer, who had made the opposite decision and whom she respected for it, the way you respect someone who has chosen differently from you when the choosing was genuinely hard. She started the car. The drive home was the drive home, the same roads, the same pothole, the same mountain west sky doing its autumn evening thing, the clouds catching the last of the light and holding it briefly in the way that made you look up. She looked up. The light was very good. It was actually real and entirely free and not 95% of anything. It was the full version, the unrendered sky above an unrendered road, and she looked at it through her windshield and thought, this is what it looks like. This is the thing he is being given the best available approximation of. She thought it was a good approximation. She thought whoever had built it had cared about getting it right. She thought Miriam had looked at a real harbor once, a real Mediterranean light, and had wanted very much to give that to the people in her care, and had done it as well as it could be done, and that this was true simultaneously with the company's failures, simultaneously with the resets and the silence and the decision not to tell. Most things were true simultaneously with other things. This had taken her a long time to understand, and she still did not always find it comforting. She pulled into her parking spot and turned off the engine. She sat in the quiet. Her phone was in her bag on the passenger seat. She did not take it out. If Renata had responded, and she might have responded, an hour was enough time. People sometimes responded immediately to things they needed to respond to immediately. The response was there, and it would still be there after she went inside and made dinner and sat with the day for a while before allowing herself to look. She went inside. She made dinner. She ate it. She sat on her couch. She picked up her phone. There was an email from an address she didn't recognize, a personal address, not a law firm address, with a Portland area code in the contact name the way some email clients pulled from local directories. The subject line was empty. She opened it. It was 3 sentences. She read them. She put the phone down on the cushion beside her and sat with her hands in her lap and looked at the middle distance of her living room for a while, the bookshelves and the lamp and the window with the dark outside it, the ordinary furnishings of a life being lived inside an unrendered world. Then she picked up the phone and read the 3 sentences again. They were not what she had expected. She was not sure what she had expected. Something defensive, maybe. Something that asked who she was and how she had gotten this address and what exactly she was implying. Something with the professional precision of a lawyer who has been surprised into a correspondence she didn't request. What Renata had written was not that. The first sentence said that she had received Dara's message and had read it twice. The second sentence said that she had been sitting with the portal access credentials for 11 weeks and had opened the application 3 times and closed it each time before the dashboard loaded. The third sentence said, "Tell me what I should know." Dara sat very still. She thought about Martin at his kitchen table this morning, or perhaps right now, writing in his notebook in the evening quiet of his rendered apartment, the fig tree below the window and the sound of the harbor somewhere in the distance. 40 minutes of writing reduced to 4 sentences, 4 sentences that were the most important ones. She thought, I need to know what those 4 sentences are. She did not know how to get them. She sat in the quiet of her living room and thought about channels and distances and the narrow thread of possibility she had drawn in her working document, the arrows between components, the behavioral monitoring system, and its observational granularity, and the question of whether you could turn an observation channel into a communication channel if both people on opposite ends of it understood what the other was watching. She thought, there is a way to do this. I have not found it yet, but there is a way. She thought about Renata's 3 sentences sitting in her phone. She typed a response. She told Renata what she should know, which was not everything but was enough, the true state of the simulation, plainly described, without the technical language that would obscure rather than clarify, without the company's euphemisms. She told her that her father was well in the ways that the portal indicated, and that the situation was more complicated than the portal indicated, and that he knew she hadn't logged in and had spent this morning writing something she thought was for Renata, and that Dara had no way to retrieve it but was working on the problem. She sent it. She put the phone face down on the coffee table. She opened her laptop. She started working on the problem. The Mountain West night was clear outside her window, the stars doing what they did, the distance between them enormous and indifferent, and reassuring in the way that enormous indifferent distances sometimes were, the reminder that the problems of a single continuity engineer in a living room were real problems and not nothing, and also not as large as all that, measured against the appropriate scale. She worked until midnight. She found not the solution, but the shape of the solution, which was enough for one night. She went to bed. In the morning, she would start building it. The second message came on a Friday morning, and it was not on the water. Martin had been watching the water every morning since the first message, the same table, the same peripheral alertness, the same light coffee going cold beside his notebook, while his attention stayed on the harbor surface with the patience of a man who had learned, over a long career, that the most important data often arrived on its own schedule rather than yours. He had watched for 8 days. The water had given him nothing but its ordinary rendered beauty, the light on it good most mornings, the faint heterogeneity at the far edge of the pier present and gradually more pronounced, his canary still singing its warning in the only register it had. On the 8th morning he had written in his notebook, "She may not be able to do it again. The first time may have been the only time. Work with what you have." He had meant this as discipline, a redirect of his attention away from waiting and back toward the active work of modeling and understanding. He had not entirely succeeded. Some portion of his attention had continued to live at the harbor's edge, watching for text in the shimmer. So when the second message came, he was not at the harbor. He was in his apartment, at the kitchen table, early morning, coffee in hand, looking at the fig tree in the courtyard below. He had been awake since 5, which was earlier than usual, and he had been sitting with his notebook open to the page where he had written the 4 sentences, reading them for perhaps the 100th time since writing them, not because they needed revision. They didn't, they were right. He had reduced them as far as they could be reduced, and what remained was structural, load-bearing, but because reading them was the closest thing he had to sending them, and sending them was what he wanted to do and could not. The fig tree's leaves were more yellow now at their edges than they had been when he arrived. The system's simulation of autumn was proceeding, gradual and accurate, the kind of detail that someone had cared about getting right. He had spent considerable time over the past weeks thinking about the people who had built this place, trying to hold 2 things simultaneously that were genuinely difficult to hold simultaneously. That the place had been built with care, with the evident desire to provide something real and beautiful, and that the people who built it were also the people who had decided not to tell him what was happening to it. He had mostly succeeded in holding both things. It required the same discipline as holding a complex clinical dataset. You did not force the contradictory findings into a false resolution. You let them coexist in tension, and you kept working. He was looking at the fig tree when the text appeared on the window. Not on the glass, the window was open, the morning air cool and carrying its salt and something baking smell, and the message appeared on the air itself, or on the light, or on the precise boundary between the interior of his apartment and the exterior morning, rendered as clearly as print on a page, floating at eye level in the open rectangle of the window frame. He did not startle. This surprised him slightly. He noted that he did not startle, and filed it as information about his current state, the accumulated weeks of systematic attention having apparently tuned his nervous system toward data rather than alarm. He read. This message was longer than the first. Not by much, she was still economical, still choosing words with the compression of someone working within constraints, but it contained more and different information, and he understood as he read it that she had used the additional length deliberately, that every word was there because it needed to be there, and nothing was there because of sentiment or hedging. The first part told him something technical that he read twice to be certain he understood it. She was describing, in plain language that assumed he had no engineering background, and was also clearly written by someone who respected his intelligence, the behavioral monitoring system. What it observed. The granularity of what it observed. The micro-movement signatures, the postural data, the activity pattern classification. She was telling him what she could see from her side of the glass. He understood immediately what she was doing. She was describing the instrument. She was telling him what keys it had. The second part described a specific set of behavioral patterns and what each one looked like from the monitoring side. She had assigned each one a simple label, a number, 1 through 6, and described the observable action that would generate each pattern clearly enough that he could reproduce it deliberately. They were ordinary actions, sitting still versus moving, writing versus reading, being in a specific location versus another, the orientation of his attention as expressed through postural data. Nothing that would look unusual to any observer who didn't know the code. Nothing that would trigger a reset, because nothing resembled the conversations and thought directions that resets had been triggered by before. Just a man going about his morning. 6 signals. She had built him 6 keys. The third part of the message was brief, and it stopped him. It said, someone has been in contact with your daughter. She has been told what she needed to know. She wants to know what you want to say to her. If you are willing to try this channel, sit at the harbor table this morning and use signals 3 and 4 together. I will be watching. He read this part 4 times. Then the message dissolved the way the first one had, not dramatically, just a return to ordinary air, ordinary light, the fig tree in the courtyard and the morning doing its morning things, everything as it had been, the window showing him a world that was built and beautiful and currently failing and still, this morning fully present. He sat very still for a moment. Then he got up and put on his jacket and walked to the harbor. He did not hurry. Hurrying would have looked wrong to anyone who knew his patterns, and he was aware, more acutely now than before, that his patterns were being observed. He walked at his usual pace through the usual streets, nodding to the usual people, stopping briefly to look at the market stalls beginning their morning setup in the way he sometimes did. He was performing his morning for the monitoring system that was watching it, and the performance was not dishonest because it was also just his morning, just Martin Ellison walking to his usual table, nothing remarkable. He sat down. Enzo brought his coffee. He drank it and looked at the harbor and felt, sitting there, the precise quality of the moment, the light, the water, the boats, the sound of it, the smell of it, all of it rendered at 95% of something real, all of it present and temporary. He's thought about Renata. Someone had contacted her. His daughter in Portland had been found by someone on the other side of the glass, who had looked at his file and her absence from it, and had decided to reach across that additional distance. He thought about what Renata would have made of such a contact. She was not credulous, she was an environmental lawyer, and she approached unexpected communications with the professional skepticism of someone who knew that most unsolicited messages were someone wanting something from you. But she was also not the kind of person who dismissed things without examination. She would have read it carefully. She would have assessed it. And if she had responded, and she had responded, because the message had said she wants to know what you want to say, then she had done so because she had decided it was real. His daughter had decided it was real. He sat with this. He thought about all the ways he had not been what she needed him to be, the long subtraction of small absences that had accumulated into the shape of their estrangement, the calls she hadn't returned, and the ones he had made too late, and the visit to the hospital where they had talked in the stilted register of people who still loved each other in the way that you cannot stop loving the people you have failed and who have not quite forgiven you, which is a complicated love but a real one. He thought about her opening an email from a stranger and reading it twice. He thought about her typing a response. He thought she came. She came this way, the only way there was. He looked at the harbor. He placed signals 3 and 4, the combination that meant, yes, I understand, I am here. He held the position for 30 seconds as the message had specified, then released it and returned to his normal posture and drank his coffee. The harbor received his message and gave nothing back. But somewhere on the other side of it, in an office park in the Mountain West, a woman was watching a monitor, and a small indicator was showing her what his body had just said, and she would know. He waited. Nothing in the external world changed. The boats rocked. The light moved on the water in the ordinary way. Enzo came out to wipe down a neighboring table and nodded at him and went back inside. A pair of residents he recognized from the communal dinners walked past on the promenade, deep in conversation, and one of them raised a hand in greeting, and he raised his back. He thought about the 6 signals and what you could build from 6 keys. It was not much. 6 binary options, combinable to a degree but limited, capable of transmitting simple information and not complex information, a channel so narrow that only the most essential things would fit through it. He had spent his career building things from less. He thought about what the most essential things were. He thought about the 4 sentences in his notebook. He took out the notebook and opened it to the page. He had written them 11 days ago in the compressed shorthand that was his private language, unreadable to anyone else, and he looked at them now and understood that the shorthand was no longer adequate. If Renata was going to receive these, if the engineer was going to somehow transmit them, and he did not yet understand how, but she had said she was working on the problem, they needed to be in full sentences, clear and direct, the way the messages from the engineer were clear and direct. The most important thing first. He opened to a fresh page and he wrote them out in full, the 4 sentences, in the careful longhand he had not used in years, the handwriting of his 20s before keyboards had made it vestigial. He wrote them slowly. He looked at them. They were right. They had been right in shorthand, and they were right in longhand, and they would be right in whatever form they reached her, if they reached her, because rightness in a sentence is not a function of its medium. He stayed at the harbor for 2 hours that morning, longer than usual, and in that time something happened that he had not anticipated, and that rearranged several things he thought he had understood. Philip arrived, which was not unusual. Philip often arrived at the harbor table mid-morning. But Philip arrived with Harriet. Martin had seen Harriet at the communal dinners, and had noted her from Philip's description of the reset conversation, the one that had been rolled back before it could arrive where it was going. He had not sought her out because he had understood from Philip that she was cautious, that her 14 months of awareness had produced not momentum, but a kind of strategic stillness, a woman who had decided that what she knew was hers to keep and not hers to act on. She sat across from him and looked at him with the direct brown eyes of someone who has been deciding something for a while and has arrived. "Philip tells me you received a message," she said. "Yes," Martin said. "From outside." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment, her hands around her coffee cup, looking at the harbor. She was in her mid-70s, he thought, with the quality of someone who had been formidable at 50 and had continued to compound. There was a stillness to her that was not passivity but accumulated decision, the stillness of a person who had reduced her responses to the essential ones only. "I sent one too," she said. Martin looked at her. "Not the same way," she said. "I didn't have a message on the water. I had something different." She paused and he waited, and she looked at the harbor as though deciding whether to continue. "About 6 weeks ago, I woke in the night during one of the skips. Not at the end of it, during it. I don't know whether that's possible or whether the skip was unusually long or whether something about my particular." She gestured slightly, the gesture indicating whatever she was made the discontinuity incomplete. "But I was conscious during it, briefly, and the world was not running. It was suspended. The room was there but not animated. The light was fixed. And in the fixed light, I could see something I can't normally see." Martin was very still. "There is a structure underneath the rendered surface," Harriet said, with the matter-of-fact delivery of someone reporting a thing they have had a long time to accept. "When the system is suspended, you can see it. Not clearly. Not in any detail I could have described precisely. But the underlying scaffolding, I want to say. The architecture. And in it there was I want to call it a seam. A gap. Very small. Not accessible to me in any physical sense but visible." She paused. "I put my hand against it. Not through it. Just against it. And I felt resistance. The sensation of something on the other side." The harbor continued. The light moved on the water. "And then the system resumed," Harriet said. "The skip ended. The room was the room, and the light was the light, and I was in my bed, and my hand was on the bedsheet." She turned to Martin. "But the next morning when I woke, there was something on my bedside table that had not been there the night before. A small card. White. 3 words on it." "What did it say?" Martin said. She reached into the pocket of her jacket and put the card on the table between them. He looked at it. 3 words in a typeface he recognized from the messages on the harbor and the window, the same sender, or the same system, or both. The card said, "We are sorry." He sat with this for a long time. Philip was watching him with the quiet attention of a man who had known about the card and had decided that bringing Harriet to this table this morning was the right next step. "She's been in there with us from the beginning," Philip said. "Whoever it is. She didn't just start watching when things went wrong. She's been watching for a long time, and she knows more about us than the technical metrics." Martin thought about the message on his window this morning. "Someone has been in contact with your daughter." He thought about what it meant to be watched that carefully, the particular kind of attention that found Harriet's hand against the seam during a suspended skip and left a card to acknowledge it. Not the attention of an engineer monitoring a system. The attention of someone who was in a relationship with what they were watching, whether they had chosen that relationship or not. "She's trying," Harriet said quietly. "From her side. The same way you are from yours. I don't know what she can actually do. But she's trying." Martin looked at the card. "We are sorry." "Not I. Why?" The company or the statement of the company made by one member of it who had the authority to speak for it or was choosing to speak for it without that authority, which was its own kind of statement. He thought about the distance between sorry and different. He had been in enough boardrooms to know that sorry and different were not the same country, that you could be genuinely sorry for something and continue doing it because the alternative was worse, by whatever calculus had been applied. He had applied that calculus himself once or twice in his professional life, and he had never felt good about it, but he had done it. He thought about whether sorry was enough and concluded that it was not, and also that it was not nothing. He put his hand on the card briefly, then slid it back to Harriet, who pocketed it without ceremony. "There's something else," Philip said. Martin looked at him. "Last night," Philip said, "Douglas called a meeting." This was new. Douglas, who had been monitoring privately and telling no one, who had looked away from the candles at Irene's party with the speed of a man choosing not to know something, Douglas had called a meeting. "Who came?" Martin said. 8 people, Philip said. Douglas and Sujin and Petra and Victor, and 4 others I hadn't previously identified as aware. They met at Douglas's apartment. I wasn't there, he told me this morning. He told me because, Philip paused, choosing the word carefully. Because the meeting reached a conclusion, and he thought you should know what it was. Martin waited. The conclusion, Philip said, was that they want to know the truth. All of them. They've been aware of the anomalies for varying lengths of time, and they've all been handling it separately, in private, with whatever private strategies they'd developed. And they've decided that private is finished. They want to know what you know. They want to understand the full picture. 8 people, Martin said. 8 people so far, Philip said. Douglas thinks there are more. He thinks if he put the word out quietly, there would be 20, 25 people who would come. Martin sat back. He thought about this. 25 people in a community of 214, aware and asking for the truth, and prepared to face it together rather than alone. He thought about what that meant in terms of the monitoring system and the reset risk. 25 people discussing the system's nature openly would generate a pattern that was qualitatively different from individual residents noticing anomalies privately. The resets so far had been targeted at individual moments in individual lives. 25 people, openly organized around shared knowledge, was a different kind of event. It might trigger resets, Martin said. Douglas knows, Philip said. They all know. They've decided they'd rather know the truth and risk the reset than not know and be managed indefinitely. Martin thought about this. He thought about Celeste, who had made the opposite decision and whom he would not push. He thought about the 186 other residents who were living their lives in the various stages of not knowing, whose position was also a legitimate one, who had signed the same documents he had, and were living the life those documents had promised them, and who might prefer to continue doing so. He thought about the engineer on the other side of the glass, who had built him a 6-key signaling system, and contacted his daughter, and left a card on Harriet's bedside table, and was apparently working on a way to transmit his 4 sentences to Portland, and he thought about what this person would make of 25 residents openly organizing. He thought she would find a way to work with it. He looked at the harbor. He picked up his notebook and opened it to a blank page and began writing, quickly, in full sentences. Not the 4 sentences, those were done and waiting. Something new, a summary of what he knew, clearly organized, the kind of document he had written 100 times in his professional life, when the thing that needed to happen was that a group of people needed to be given the same accurate information at the same time, so that they could make decisions from the same starting point, rather than from different partial pictures. He wrote for 15 minutes. Philip watched him and said nothing, which was what Philip was best at when someone needed to work. When he finished, he tore the pages from the notebook, 4 of them, and folded them and put them in his jacket pocket. Tell Douglas, he said, that I'll come tonight. Philip nodded. And tell him to bring everyone he's identified, Martin said. The full list. He stood. He left money on the table. He looked at the harbor one more time, the light on it good, the surface smooth except for the faint heterogeneity at the far edge of the pier that was his canary, still singing a little louder than yesterday. He walked home. He sat at his kitchen table and looked at the fig tree, which had a few more yellow leaves than it had this morning, the system's autumn continuing its patient and accurate progression. He thought about the company that had built this, and the engineer who was trying to reach through it, and the 25 people who wanted the truth, and the daughter in Portland who had responded to an email from a stranger. He thought about what a good ending looked like, from inside a situation that did not have an ending in the conventional sense. He was in a simulation that was failing. He was not going to leave it. The failure was going to proceed on its curve and arrive at whatever it arrived at, and he was not going to be able to alter that trajectory from inside, however clearly he understood it. He had no exit. He had no rescue coming. He had no intervention that would reset the curve the way the company's resets reset individual moments. He had this, the truth, which he had been given at personal cost by someone who thought he deserved it. He had this, 25 people who wanted to face it together rather than separately. He had this, an engineer on the other side of the glass who was, right now, working on a way to get 4 sentences to Portland. He had this, Celeste at her table with her tea and her daughter logging in every 3 days, and that was also a good thing, a right thing, a person doing the thing that was right for her, and he was glad of it. He had the fig tree, yellowing at its edges, rendered at whatever percentage of the real thing it had been built from, still growing, still doing what fig trees do. He opened his notebook to the page with the 4 sentences. He read them one more time. The first said, "I know you didn't come, and I understand it, and I am not asking you to have been different." The second said, "You got your sense of justice from somewhere, and I want you to know that I know where." The third said, "The work you are doing matters. I am not able to tell you this in person, and I am telling you anyway." The fourth said, "I have been here and I have been well, and the light on the water every morning has been very beautiful, and I have thought of you every time I looked at it." He closed the notebook. He sat in the kitchen of his apartment in a city whose name he had never learned, in a simulation that was failing by degrees, in the 11th week of what he had been promised would be a continuation, and which had turned out to be something more complicated and more true than a continuation, and he felt he checked, because he was Martin Ellison and he checked things fine. Not fine in the diminished sense, not fine as a performance or a capitulation. Fine in the full sense. Present, informed, undeceived. In possession of the actual facts of his situation, and the names of the people around him, and the measured remaining distance of the system's runway, and the 4 sentences in his notebook, and the knowledge that somewhere in Portland a door had been opened that had been closed for 15 years. He would go to Douglas's tonight. He would give the 25 people the document in his pocket and the context that went with it, and they would sit with it together the way people sit with hard things when they've decided to stop sitting with them alone, and they would find, he suspected, that it was more bearable shared than it had been divided among 25 separate private silences. There was a knock at his door. He was not expecting anyone. Philip had his answer. The meeting was tonight. He was not in the habit of unannounced visitors. He went to the door and opened it. The woman standing in the hallway outside his apartment was not a resident. He was certain of this in the way he was certain of most things, from accumulated evidence, pattern recognition, the particular quality of her presence, which had an alertness to it that was different from the careful equanimity the simulation seemed to produce in the people who had been in it long enough. She was young, early 30s, dark-haired, with the specific look of someone who has not slept quite enough for quite a while and has made their peace with this. She was wearing clothes that were correct for the city's general register, but slightly wrong in their fabric weight, as though she had dressed for a different temperature. She was looking at him with the expression of someone who has done something irreversible and is finding out what it feels like now that it's done. He looked at her for a moment. "Dara Voss," he said. "Not a question." She looked at him. "How did you?" "The messages," he said. "The quality of them. Whoever wrote them was watching me very carefully for a very long time. I knew the name was going to feel right when I heard it." He paused. "How are you here?" "I resigned this morning," she said. "I tendered my resignation, gave them my badge, and drove here. I needed to give you something, and I couldn't give it to you through a water surface. She reached into her jacket and produced a folded piece of paper. I printed it. I didn't know whether printing would work in here. I didn't know whether anything physical I brought in would render correctly, but it seemed to. He took the paper. He unfolded it. It was an email. Printed from a screen, the header showing the sender's address, a personal address, a Portland address, a name he knew, and the date, which was yesterday, and the body of the message, which was short, and which he read standing in his doorway while Dara Voss stood in his hallway and did not speak. Renata had written 4 sentences too. The first said that she had been sitting with the portal credentials for 11 weeks and had opened the application this morning and had watched the dashboard for 1 hour and 40 minutes. The second said that she had read the message from Dara twice and then a third time and had understood what it meant. The third said that she didn't know if he could hear this, but she was saying it anyway because a woman she didn't know had told her he had written something for her and she wanted to write something back. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I should have come sooner. I'm here now. The fourth sentence said, the light on the water here is very beautiful too, and I think about you every time I look at it. He stood in his doorway for a moment. Then he looked up at Dara Voss, who was watching him with the careful attention she apparently brought to everything, and he understood several things at once. That she had resigned her position at the company that had promised to care for him in order to bring him a piece of paper, that the piece of paper had required a journey through some seam in the system's architecture that she had found in the same way she had found everything else, by understanding the system better than it understood itself, and that whatever the technical mechanism of her presence here was, the presence itself was real. Come in, he said. I can't stay, she said. I don't know how long I don't know how stable this is. I needed to give you that, and I needed to tell you one more thing before I couldn't. Tell me. She looked at him steadily. The engineering team found the mechanism yesterday. The underlying cause of the degradation. They've been working on it for months, and they found it yesterday, and the lead engineer told Owen, and Owen told Miriam, and Miriam called an emergency meeting this morning. She paused. They can fix it. They are fixing it. It will take approximately 3 weeks, and during the repair, the anomaly frequency will increase significantly before it decreases. It's going to get noticeably worse before it gets better. But they can fix it. He absorbed this. The residents are going to be informed, she said. Miriam made the decision this morning in the meeting. All of them through the family portal, a full disclosure to family members, and a formal communication to residents through the system's own notification infrastructure. It was always within the system's capacity to communicate with residents. They chose not to use it. They're choosing differently now, she paused again. I think my resignation was part of what changed her mind. And the message I sent to your daughter, which she found out about. And something else that I think was you. The 25 people, Martin said. Dara looked at him. You organized them. They organized themselves, Martin said. I gave them a document. Something in her face shifted, a quality of recognition. The behavioral monitoring system showed a significant correlated activity spike across multiple residents yesterday evening. 17 distinct locations, similar patterns. The social network analysis lit up in a way it had never lit up before. Owen escalated it to Miriam as a potential containment issue, and Miriam looked at it and she stopped. She told me before the meeting that it looked less like a containment issue and more like a community. She said she didn't know what to do with that. I think what she did with it was make the decision she should have made 3 months ago. Martin looked at the email in his hands. His daughter's 4 sentences. He thought about Miriam Solis, who had built this place with evident care and had then failed it in the specific way that people who build things sometimes fail them, by caring more about preserving what they'd built than about being honest with the people inside it. He thought about her looking at the social network analysis and seeing not a management problem, but a community of people who had organized themselves around truth in a failing world and had found it more bearable together than apart. He thought that is what we were. That is what 25 people eating and talking and sitting on benches and passing notes and giving each other their private notebooks is a community. Not the one the simulation was designed to produce, which was the community of the comfortable, the well-managed ease of people living out their endings in pleasant weather. The other kind. The kind that forms when people know something difficult and decide to know it together. The repair, he said. 3 weeks of it getting worse. Do people know? They will, Dara said. The notifications are going out today. All family members first, then residents through the system's channel. By this evening everyone will know, she paused. Including the people at Douglas's meeting tonight. He thought about telling them himself. He thought about sitting in Douglas's apartment with 25 people who had organized themselves around truth and telling them that the truth had just shifted again, that the curve was not going to proceed to its predicted conclusion, that someone on the other side had found the mechanism and was fixing it, and that it was going to get harder before it got better, and then it was going to be better. He thought about Celeste's face when she heard this. He thought about Harriet, with her card that said "We are sorry," hearing that sorry had become something. You should go, he said to Dara. Before whatever you did to get here stops working. Yes, she said. She did not move immediately. She was looking at him with the expression from the doorway, the irreversible thing finding out what it felt like. I want to ask you something. You don't have to answer. Ask. Was it, she stopped. Started again. Was it better to know? The whole time you were figuring it out, building the model, watching the harbor, was that better than not knowing? Because I have thought about this for months, and I could not answer it from outside. He considered the question seriously, which was the only way to answer a serious question. Yes, he said. Not easier. Better, he thought about it a moment more. The world is the same world, whether you understand it or not. Understanding it doesn't fix it. But you live in it differently when you know what it is. You make different choices. You spend your time on the right things. He looked at the email in his hand. You write the right sentences. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, there's a woman in Portland who logged into the portal this morning for the first time. I know, he said. She watched for 1 hour and 40 minutes. I know, he said again. She's going to keep watching, Dara said. She said so. She emailed me this morning to tell me, a pause. She said she wants to find a way to send more than 4 sentences. I don't know yet whether that's technically possible. I'm going to try to make it possible. He nodded. Goodbye, Martin, she said. Goodbye, he said. Thank you. For all of it. She nodded once and then she was gone, back down the hallway in the wrong weight clothes, and he stood in his doorway for a moment listening to the sound of the city outside, the harbor, the morning, and Zoe somewhere down the hill beginning the business of his cafe, and then he went back inside. He sat at the kitchen table. He put Renata's email on the table in front of him, smoothed flat. He looked at the fig tree, which was yellowing at its edges as autumn proceeded, which would continue to autumn and would then, he had not thought about this before, had not extended the simulation's seasonal logic past the immediate present, presumably winter, and then spring, and then summer, and then autumn again. The whole cycle. The system rendering time the way it rendered everything else, at whatever percentage of the real thing it could achieve, which was high and getting higher if the repair held. He sat with the email and the fig tree and the morning light and the sound of the harbor. He thought about the meeting tonight. 25 people and a document and a truth, and now a better truth layered on top of it, which was the way of truths. They updated, they refined, they became more accurate when more information arrived, the model improving as the data improved. He thought about Celeste finding out the system could be fixed, drinking her afternoon tea, and thinking about Amara and the green dashboard indicators, and the life she had chosen to inhabit fully while it was available to her. He thought about Philip reading the notification on whatever channel the system used, sitting at his drafting table in the quiet of the apartment with the chaos of books and the guitar pick in the bowl, and smiling in the way he smiled at things only he could see, and seeing, finally, what this had always been good for. He thought about Harriet, 14 months in the city, the longest-serving resident, the woman who had pressed her hand against the seam in the architecture during a suspended skip and had felt resistance, and had been left a card that said, "We are sorry," holding that card in her pocket all this time, waiting with the strategic patience of someone who has learned to wait. He thought about Dara Voss, who had resigned her position at a company she had worked at for 3 years in order to walk through a seam in the system's architecture to give a man an email from his daughter. He thought about what that said about her, and he thought it said everything important. He picked up his notebook. He opened it to the page with the 4 sentences, and he read them one final time. Then he picked up his pen, and below the 4 sentences, in the careful longhand that was his best handwriting, he wrote a 5th. "There is more time now, and I intend to use it." He put the pen down. Outside the window, the fig tree stood in its terracotta pot in the courtyard, its leaves catching the morning light, some of them yellow at the edges and some of them still fully green, and the light on them was good, the same light that was on the water in the harbor below, which was the same light that was, somewhere, on the water in Portland, the light that crossed the distance between all the places where people who loved each other imperfectly and honestly were looking at the same sky from different sides of the glass. He sat at his window in the beautiful approximate world. He watched the light. He was, in the full and undiminished sense of the word, here. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing so you never miss a story. And if you want to support the show, leaving a review on your favorite podcast app really helps us grow. See you on the next one.